Alrighty, lads, we are back. This time with the very sexy and very intriguing world of Nosgoth. So, I uploaded it several times in many different posts. And essentially, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to create my own Dungeons and Dragons. Now, a lot of people don't really like um, the direction I'm heading because a lot of people keep saying, "Oh, just use Vampire the Masquerade's rules." Well, the problem is that I'm trying to create like my own thing, you know? Like I'm trying to create something that I have control over, something where I can help fix a lot of problems. I can actually directly get my hands in and manipulate some of the rules. I know you could adopt certain things from certain games, I get that. But I'm more of a guy about innovation. I don't like to be just copy paste different stuff. Like that's kind of lazy when it comes to creating stuff. And I notice my camera's a little too wide. Let's kind of thin that out there. If only real life was that easy to lose some weight, right? Just easy thin it out. So we have a few things here that I was really enjoying on making. Was I wanted a Dungeons and Dragons type system that is more categorical. Like if a player does something, it's categorized as this, and if a player does one thing, it's categorized as that. And that's really what I'm going for this. That's why it's very easy for me to categorize things, and certain categories can be added into the math equations to make it a little bit easier. Like, for example, I have the attacks. You can do multiple attacks and multiple actions, but they are calculated in 3 different ways: martial, magic, and cunning. That is it. Nothing is restricting you from doing any of the 3 types of attacks. It's just that they are categorized and they have their own equations set for that. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add classes into the game. I know someone was saying about that earlier about how like, oh, there's no classes. Well, I'm getting to it. I'm gonna put that in. But what I want is I want classes to be kind of like a later thing, because you're supposed to be a fledgling vampire in the world of Nosgoth. So as a fledgling vampire, you don't really have a specialty. You don't really have a role. Now, you may gear your character for certain things, sure. Like, there is no restrictions on you playing as for example, a Torellum and being a mage or an assassin. Nothing is wrong with that. It's just the deck is kind of stacked against you. But on the flip side, if you could pull it off, you'd probably be an amazing mage or amazing rogue. After all, you take 1 less wound from combat wounds. So I should rephrase that to martial wounds. Martial wounds. So this way, if someone comes at you with a sword, or someone comes at you with their claws, or if someone just otherwise uses ranged weaponry on you, you can take 1 less damage. You're a Torellum, so that buff kicks in. So you take 1 less wound, so you have a higher chance of surviving. And you do have a harder chance of casting magic or being a thief using daggers or throwing a bomb or something like that. But you will be tougher than other mages. Other mages may have easier times, like after all, Melkahim. I know I misspelled some of these, that's fine. But the Melkahim, they get more intelligence, they get less wound and less from charisma, but they have a unique ability to graft their opponent's traits onto themselves. I was going to flesh that out even more. So let's say you're playing Melkahim who is trying to be a soldier, a warrior. Well, let's say you killed someone who's a Torellum. You could roll the dice, and there could be a chance that you could graft on one of the traits that the Torellum has. You may only get his 1 strength. That's fine. You may only get his 1 endurance. That's fine. You may accidentally get his debuffs, where you have a higher chance of failing And that would be interesting. So the Melkahim would be probably like the most difficult to play, but the most interesting. So that's kind of what I was going for with the Melkahim, is that the Melkahim's the more versatile, but they're also the craziest. Like, you could really end up with some cool situations, or you could end up with a really bad situation. You accidentally transplant someone's weakness into you. It's like, oh fuck, that's the worst thing in the world. So I'm gonna add all that into the game. I think Melkahim would be the most played for me personally, just because of the grafting ability, and you could fuck around with that however you want. But I want you guys to be here while I'm creating this, so you guys can give me input, thinking like, oh, this is pretty funny. Oh yeah, this is pretty interesting. Because there's been a lot of games that I've played on this YouTube channel, and you'll notice that a lot of the games I played that I like are innovative. Like, there's no game like it. And yet there's no sequels either. And it's because those games are just weird. Like, the only exception would be KOTOR. KOTOR is the only one that does have a sequel. But Jade Empire, no sequel. Very innovative game. Stubbs the Zombie, great game. We did a live stream of Daggerfall. That was pretty fun. It wasn't really too crazy, but it was innovative. It was totally new. It was very interesting to see that. There's been a lot of games I've played on this YouTube channel that are just weird, like Overlord. Overlord 1 and 2 were just fun as hell. And they're innovative. They didn't really do so good with the sequels that they stopped the innovation. But that's what I mean, is that I want to be innovative. I want to try to create something new. I want to try to create something that's unique. So this is why we're doing this. I do like the way the clans worked out, the way the buffs worked out. Diving into the lore, diving into the situations, what we got working here. So higher chance means +2 or -2. So this one is higher chance to fail, means you're going to have like -2. So this is going to suck for you. Someone on Reddit made a chart for me, and that was really handy. I'm going to copy paste that into here. I didn't mean to click that. I posted this, by the way, on the Legacy of Kain website. This guy made this. Can I copy paste this? Like, this is the perfect chart, right? This is like the perfect one. I want this. Hold on. Let's see. Yes! It fucking did. That's awesome. Do I delete all this, or do I... Let's see. Okay, so... +3, it's impossible to critically fail. Yes, yes, yes. What did I just do? There we go. I like this. I like this a lot. Instant success means player succeeds in task, in action. Yeah, what's up, Anomaly? What's up? A quiz for someone choosing one's clan. What's up? Oh, you want a quiz for choosing someone's clan. So you want, like, a set of questions, essentially. And then based on your question, on your answers, you get whatever clan. Is that what you're saying? Because I do think that's a good idea. My only issue is that Um, I kind of suck at the whole answers to the question thing without making it too obvious. You know what I mean? Like, you see a corpse, what do you think of it? Um, Resurrect it into a vampire? Like, I would suck because that's so obvious. It would be a Malkahim, and I know people don't really like that. So I don't know. Yeet? Yeah, okay. I'll try. That's why I need this live stream, is so you guys can maybe type out the questions or the answers, and then we can ponder on it together and go, is that a good question? Is that a good answer? Is this a good one? Yeah, exactly. Like, the questions are going to have really simple answers because you know what the clans do. The only differences would be like the Zephanim, the Rahabim, the Dumahim, and the Terrellum. The reason why is because the Zephanim and the Rahabim are both very sneaky individuals. The Terrellum and the Dumahim are both warriors. So some of their answers may coincide. And that's where it kind of comes into play of like, if you're a true warrior at heart, like you want to charge in and break down a door, you might be more of a Terrellum. If you're a warrior who may want to gather up an army with you, or maybe grab a weapon first before you head out into danger, you'd probably be a Dumahim. That actually wouldn't be a bad. That would actually not be a bad question. Like, mm, you're playing Valheim right now, yeah. If second action also instant success. No, no, no. Hi, beautiful.
You stay here, okay? Don't get up.
I'm not getting up.
Message me if you're getting up, okay?
Okay.
'Cause I'm wrapping something.
Okay. On +2. Yeah, because like that's the thing, right? Is that someone commented down here that Zephon is a spy and Rahab's more of a scout. That is exactly it. They're both very sneaky clans. So that's why when I put this in here, I don't know if you guys watched my video that I uploaded, Life as a Vampire in the Legacy of Kain Empire, where I talked about that you would probably be more, if you were more knowledgeable of the geography or the terrain, you probably would be a Rahabim. And that's the difference. Whereas if you're more of a manipulator, you're a person who likes to scheme and spy on people, you'd probably be more of a Zephon. So it would be pretty interesting. We could do questions like that. Like, you weren't spotted, but you discovered an ambush. What do you do? And then one of the answers would be report back to your higher command. That would be more of a Zephon. Or approach somebody who might be interested in buying this information. And that would be more of a Rahabim. Or you could do the Terrellum or whatever and just say, you know what, I'm going to break the ambush and just go ahead and charge in and just fuck shit up. Oh yeah, that was kind of the thing too, is that now that I'm monetized, my YouTube videos are gonna have like no more cursing anymore, so that way I can get ads. So far I've earned about $1.50 on YouTube. $1.50. So that means I've had like about 1,000 views and 1,500 some views basically in the past like week. So that's what that means. $1 is 1,000. So for you guys who watch my videos, if you have an ad that's skippable, don't skip it, because that way I get more revenue out of it, is basically how that works. It's kind of confusing. Now, personally, me, when I watch videos, I fucking skip the ads. I do not blame you guys. I'm just telling you the way it works. And this is not my primary job. This is more like a side hustle. So do what you like. Of course, I wish that I could be just a YouTuber, like, just one of those like YouTubers who just sits on their ass and then creates a fucking studio out of just their YouTube channel. Wouldn't that be the fucking dream? Every man has that dream. But really, I care more about creation. Like, ever since this channel started, I've always been a huge supporter of artists. If you can draw, please send me stuff. I will critique it, and I will be honest that maybe, doesn't uphold to my standards, but they're my standards. And I'll always support you, and never will I say, this art is so bad you need to stop. No, I always say, this art's bad. You really got to work at it. But that's it. I never say they should stop. I always say you should keep going. Please, dear God, keep going. So, same with these ideas. Like, I don't care if you give me a bad idea, as long as you're giving me a fucking idea. That's what I want. That's the same too, is that I never really played a Dungeons and Dragons game, but I would really love to. My issue is that I don't have any friends here in Florida who actually do that. And it's hard because, a Dungeons and Dragons game can last for hours. It's not like a video game where you just pick up a Call of Duty match for like 10 minutes and you're done. No, it's like an hour-long thing, because each individual player has like their own experience that fully gets fleshed out. It's really crazy. Like, that's why the hentai reviews are on this channel, is because that's what happened. Is I support artists, even the hentai. Hold on, I'm reading the comments here. Jan says, Kain's sons have really clear roles in the Empire. Only Raziel's clan fit more roles with the author. His clan seems to be very elite and have numbers. Surely not like Terrell or Duma, but well. Yeah, Jan is German, so his English is kind of rough, guys. He's one of the new guys, like, that's the only reason why I know, is because he just commented on one of my videos the other day. And it seems like I'm getting a lot of viewers from all over the world. Like, someone from Australia commented on my videos. Someone who's Arabic, so I think he's from the Middle East, commented on my videos. And I don't care, honestly. What's funny is that, here's a cultural story for you guys. I was like 12 years old. Okay, I'm 12 years old, right? I was a ballroom dancer. It was like one of my first professional gigs where I actually got paid to dance. Very beautiful night. It was the night before Valentine's Day, and we were dancing around this beautiful fountain at a mall. It was an outdoor mall. And while we're dancing around this fountain, it's very beautiful. It's dark out, very romantic. And one of the dancers for the event is a lady I had never met before. She was an Arabic belly dancer. And by belly dancer, I mean she was doing all this like hip and av movement. Really just stunning. She didn't have a dance partner or nothing like that because I'm ballroom. I have a partner. And as she was dancing, she was like water. She was just flowing. It was stunning. So I went to talk to her. Mind you, this lady's like a full grown adult, and I'm just like a 12-year-old guy. So I went up to approach her, and I was like, that was really amazing, your performance. What is that dance? What do you call that? Where did you learn it? And she just looked at me. She just looked at me. She didn't say a word. That's when this big guy, he had a beard, kind of chunky, much older than her, like by 20 years. He just came up to me and he was smiling. He was talking to me. And he explained to me about how they're Muslim. I was 12 years old. I didn't really care. I knew Muslims were related to 9/11 and the Iraq War, but I didn't really know. This is my first time actually meeting one. And he was a cool dude. He explained to me some of their cultures, and they actually are from the Middle East. I can't remember what country on top of my head. But their women don't really talk, especially to a man. They talk to women. They don't talk to a man. And me, I was just understanding. I was like, okay, that's interesting, blah, blah, blah. Other people would have been offended, not me. The reason why is because I've seen a lot of people of varying cultures. And his culture was interesting. And some would say oppressive, but he was a cool dude, and his wife was smiling at me the whole time. So you could tell like she enjoyed like talking, like the way I was so intrigued by what her culture was and stuff. It was really cool. But yeah, that was my like culture story. I don't know if you guys had any like that, but yeah. So when it comes to Arabs and stuff, it's very unique. I don't know how they're doing either, by the way, because like it was an event, so I just kind of met them once, and that was it. So okay, I was reading the comments just now, and no one was saying anything about this. So we're gonna add character creation. How to determine clan origin. Question 1. Okay. Question 1. You are out, I want to say skulking, in the shadows of a dark, decrepit canyon. Much to your surprise, you see a small band of humans, of feral humans, waiting to ambush some fellow vampires. What do you do? A. I don't like the way it's doing it. You got tired dancing?
Ding, 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 ding.
Yeah.
That's a memo.
So, oh, it's really hard to read my screen. Sorry, let me enhance that. Hold on. Is that better? Is that better to read? Okay, cool. So yes. This is before mutations. So in other words, this is where vampires have 5 fingers instead of 3. This is where they do not have mutations. This is where the world is crumbling, but it's not fallen yet. This is before the events of the video game called Nosgoth. This is before Raziel falls. This is before all that. This is more or less where the Empire is relatively fresh. The Empire has taken over all of humanity. So the conquest is done. Now what happens next is you, the player. You're going to explore this new dark renaissance. New technologies are being invented. New vampires are rising through the social hierarchy. This could be you. This is where you are starting. Nosgoth is a very inhospitable place. Betrayals around every corner. The question is, can you survive it? And can you thrive through your survival? Maybe at the end of your playthrough, you may have created a minor clan that's so successful the higher clans cannot overthrow you, but you're not going to be able to overthrow them either. So, hey, that's a success. That's an awesome story right there, you know? So, small band of feral humans waiting to ambush some fellow vampires. What do you do? Um, so one of the campaign stories that I was thinking of was pretty interesting, where you're you hear about this city of humans that Kain wants eradicated from history. And as you hear rumors, you hear from the very soldiers who did fight and destroy that human city that the reason why Kain wants to say demolished is because they held a threat. They were so good at repelling vampires that by the time Kain finally destroyed it, he wanted it erased from history. Vae Victis. Unglory to the conquered. Wipe them from existence. And you and your band of party adventurers, whoever your vampires are, decide whatever power is in there will be lost forever. So why not sneak in and take it? And from here, you're going to have instances where there's still a lot of humans who are just kind of survivors. They're going to fight you off. They're going to be tough. There's also monsters from the forest flooding in, harvesting food from the decaying corpses. So you're going to have to fight those monsters off. And the monsters are going to be tougher than the humans. And overall, the rewards could be high or they could be nothing. It depends on your perception checks. So every time you roll the dice for a perception check, well, every time you succeed, you might find something good. Every time you fail, you're probably not going to find shit. So that's one of the reasons why to bring a Zephanim or a Rahabim. My bad, Rahabim. Because I gave Rahabims the higher perception. Zephanim, I gave something different. And then also, whatever you do bring back, no one in the Empire is going to really know what this is because Kain eradicated its history. So, you keep the spoils. The only issue you're going to have to worry about is Kain declaring you a traitor for disobeying his orders. Or you can simply, remodel the gear in a way that Kain doesn't recognize it, if you have high enough cunning. Or simply you could just sell it. And then, or even better, this is more of a Zephanim or Rahabim idea. You give it to your superior, and then you report to Kain that someone defied his orders. And then you get your superior killed, and now you elevate to your superior's position. So after that entire adventure, you did it just to secure yourself a higher position in the clan. Wouldn't that be fucking funny? You find a legendary item in there, and you're like, damn, I'm going to use this to betray somebody back home. That would be creative. That would be some shit. Everyone's like, wow, what are you going to do with that legendary item that you got from the human city? Well, Kain did want this history eradicated, so whoever has this item is going to be declared a traitor. So I'm going to go give it to my superior and say, well, look at this amazing item. That would be some shit. So yeah, I would love to see things work out the way that they do. How many questions do you guys think we should do? 10 questions? Or just 5? Because I don't think 5's enough. I'm trying to think of like a final option. What would be a final option? You're out skulking in the shadows of a dark, decrepit canyon. Much to your surprise, you see a small band of feral humans waiting to ambush some fellow vampires. What do? Report to your designated clan superior, as F&M tactic. Charge in and crush the pitiful humans, Torellum. C. Offer the vampires a fee for the knowledge, Rahabim. I'm thinking make 8 or 9. Yeah. Yeah, the 9 pillars. So therefore, by judging by the 9 pillars, this is what your clan is. Oh my god, we're getting like Legacy of Kain nerded. Let's rename this to the questions of the 9 pillars. Questions of the 9 pillars. Yep. We're going down this route. Blindly crushing is more of a Doomahim tactic? No, it's not. When you play the video game Nosgoth, let me whip it out. Nosgoth video game. Vampire classes. So this is a Duma him. This right here is a Duma him. And he's like the sneaky, skulking fucker who jumps on top of you. But where's the tyrant? I want to see the tyrant. Because the tyrant is like this big dude who jumps down on you and just starts pummeling you. This is him. The Torellum. This is the Torellum. Huge dude. Charges in and just crushes your skull. So that's kind of why I'm saying like this is more of a Torellum. Charge in and just crush the fuckers. You know what, for the sake of argument, we're gonna put both. No, I'm not putting guns in. I would also say Razielum for this one. So, right now, Jan, I think you're getting confused here. So this is a Torellum. Big dude. And then the Duma him are the more numerous little fuckers who like to lash out their tongue and try to stab you. Oh, here's what I needed. Yeah, Torellum, big dude. Then you got the Melkahim is the mage lady, Zephanim, another mage. Dumahim, the little sneaky dude who wears armor and stuff. Yeah, here's the Dumahim. So that's what we're going for. And that's why I have the clans designated the way they are. So here we have Dumahim are warriors, typically versatile in combat and proficient in weapons. +2 to weapon proficiency, but no penalty for using other skills, which is a very unique, interesting situation. So what I wanted to do here was I wanted it to be like 2 sneaking classes and 2 warrior classes. So you have the Torellum, which are more like the tanks. They could take on anybody. They'd take 1 less wound from someone hitting them. But the Dumahim, they're more proficient. They could use whatever skill they need to. If they need to use a crossbow, they could use it. There's no penalty. Even though it could be considered a cunning tactic or whatever, because it's ranged proficiency. So in other words, these stats here don't apply to them. They don't get -1 for their range proficiency or -1 for their melee. Or -1 for their cunning or minus... They don't get that. Everyone else does. They do not. Now, they will suffer penalties for perception checks or intelligence checks. That they cannot control. Charisma checks, they will get penalties for. But the skills, they will not get penalties for. They have to be versatile. But as a draw side, as a downside, they don't get stat boost. So everyone else could get a stat boost. Like a Torellum will have bigger strength and bigger endurance. He could take more damage and he could deal more damage. Dumahim will not get that. He's just like a very basic vampire. Yeah, Razielum are still going to exist. Yeah, I have Razielum here. I want to say yeah, I want to do this for Melkahim. So you wait for the humans and vampires to die so you can study their corpses. A Melkahim tactic. So you're studying them. Okay, question number 2. Let's see. You hear battle outside your door. What do you do? Let's get a little descriptive. Sounds like a mixture of hounds, humans, and vampires alike. What do you do? A. Charge out and face the enemy with your fellow clan, or nah, just charge out and face the enemy. Terrellum. I'm gonna misspell Terrellum a lot. Just Ben and Garrett. Like, you're just gonna have to deal with it. So this question's gonna divide you on what kind of warrior you are. So you hear battle outside your door. Do you just charge out and crush whoever's there? That's more of a Terrell thing, because the Tyrant, that's literally his special ability, is charging at somebody. Do you grab a weapon and go out? That's more of a Duma thing. You grab a weapon, because mind you, Terrellum believe more in their own natural strength, whereas the Duma they actually use weapons. Grab your weapons and armor, I should say. Your weapons and armor. Rally the banner. Call to arms. Razielum. Zephon will go for the D. Let's see. Okay. You hear battle outside your door. Sounds like a mixture of hounds, humans, and vampires alike. What do you do? The reason why I say hounds is because humans from the Dark Eden area, who are like vampire hunters, they actually use dogs. They're very trained in using dogs. So that's why I put dogs there. I'll put Zephon twice, because the more and more I think about it, the more and more they would probably do both. And for this one, we'll have it more of a warrior situation. So let's see. We have our list. I'll put this as a Zephon answer. So the answer is going to be This is good. This is good. You hear battle outside your door. Sounds like a mixture of hounds, humans, and vampires alike. What do you do? Answer D. As expected, your rivals will die in the assault. Zephonim. Yep. We knew this was going to happen. We knew that there was going to be battle outside my door at this time. Thankfully, I made sure that the people I don't like were in that battle. You guys like that answer? That's a good one. All right. Third question. Time as an immortal drags on. Hours turn to days, and days turn to years. What do you do on your spare time? Can we turn into a bat and wolves? I was thinking about that actually, because that's a blood omen thing. And that's one of Kain's abilities and Vorador's abilities. Kain and Vorador themselves actually turn into wolves. There is an ability, though, that's unique to Kain, and that's turning into a mist. No other vampire has that, because that's very specific to him. But the wolf thing and the bats, technically any vampire could do that. But I was gonna add that into this game as like a class thing. So you could be a shapeshifter, but if you shift into wolf form, you're gonna need to rely on your strength stat a lot, because you're gonna be kind of like a Torellum, where you're using your claws, and when you shift into a wolf, you are going to increase your melee stat anyways. But now you don't have armor, so it may actually be worse, especially if you're more like a Doomahim, where you do wear a lot of armor. So it could be one way or the other. It could be like Skyrim, because Skyrim, people talk a lot about Skyrim, how you could be a werewolf. But people don't like to talk about how shit you are as a werewolf, because you lose your armor. You lose the stat. So now you do a lot of damage, but you're pretty weak to damage too. And also I was going to have it where if you do turn into a wolf, you have, you can perform attacks 2 inches away or 2 squares away from your opponent instead of having to be right in their face, which could be a pretty good advantage. So it's kind of like your arm is a spear because of how long it is, but that's a Blood Omen 1 thing. In Blood Omen 1, that's how it worked. was that as a werewolf, you can actually attack longer ranges. You can actually reach over. So, yeah. Uh, okay, so Kane Fox asked a very interesting question that actually is answered. So, do you think anybody can learn to use the pillar's powers, or is it strictly the Guardians? For example, can someone learn necromancy, or the Guardian of Death can only do it? That answer is already in the game. There are many times that you will encounter mages who are able to do things that may be declared a specific pillar. Like, you don't have to be the guardian of the pillar of energy in order to shoot out an energy bolt. Kain does that. That's literally his first magical ability, is shooting out an energy blast. It's raw energy. You're shooting out lightning at your fingertips. But yet you're not the pillar guardian of energy. So the answer is yes, you can do it. The issue is that you have to spend a lot of time to study that. You have to spend time to learn it. You have to unlock that power, basically. A pillar guardian doesn't have to do that. They automatically know how to do it. They automatically have the drive to do it. And also, a pillar guardian is immortal. They can only die in combat, being poisoned, being assassinated, etc., but they cannot die of old age. So they can just hone their craft in ways you and I could not. So it's kind of like the difference between an architect. Anyone could be an architect. Great. But no one can really work obsidian like one guy could. And that's because he could be the pillar guardian of fucking architecture. If there was a pillar like that, you know? So that's what I mean, is that they're able to do things almost naturally, but it's supernatural in the way they do it because they're so fucking good at it. Whereas you and I would not be able to achieve it as easily. And it's pretty interesting, actually, is that in the video game Nosgoth, let me whip it out. Actually, no, wait. There was an image down here, wasn't there? Yeah. So this is a Melka hymn. Right where my face is. Alright, you can't even see it. Never mind. Let me just copy paste this. So this right here is a Melka hymn. Okay? Big Titty Goth GF. Okay? This is a Melka hymn. Okay? In the video game, they can actually summon skeletons, like tiny little skeletons, and have them chase after you and fight you. That is what the Melkahim can do. They can actually use their magic to summon undead. but it's kind of temporary. They don't last forever. That's the issue. They also have a hard time like pulling someone's soul from hell. Whereas Mortanius, he could do that easily. He literally lives in hell. Like, the guy is amazing in a lot of ways. Yeah, the reason for the magic is because it makes sense in the lore that Melchiah was an experimenter and he was desperate. None of the other clan lords were desperate like Melchiah was, but they had a reason, whereas Melchiah has his reason too. Melchiah is experimenting, trying any way he can to solve his problem that he and his clan are suffering, which is that their skin is rotting off their flesh. Their bodies are decaying because their souls are so weak. So they turn to magic. They turn to alchemy. They turn to all sorts of remedies and experimentation and scientists. That's why. So that's why if you do see a vampire mage, it's more than likely a Melkahim. But it has been stated in the lore that Razielum, they also use magic. Everyone else uses magic as well. But no one has the drive. No one has the motivation quite like a Melkahim. That's why you'll see a lot of vampire mages are Melkahim. Just scientists in general, really. They are just experimenting every day, trying to figure out how to master death or how to master the arts of necromancy. So that way they can keep themselves up. Salam, my brother. How's it going? This was, you kind of missed our little talk about Arabs, but that's fine. You can always rewind. It's not a big deal. Okay, so this question is going to be more about magic. So we asked a question about sneaking. What do you do? We asked a question about battle. What do you do? We asked a question about what do you do in your spare time? What do you do? So, let's ask a question about magic. If you were a mage, what do you put time into learning? Do you learn shielding magic? Do you learn the art of death? So death magic, how can you rise people from the grave? Do you learn offensive magic, like energy blasts and shit? But I'm not sure how that would... Oh, you can learn the magic of manipulating someone's mind. Mind-bending magic. That would be Zephon. So yeah, let's do that. Congratulations. You are a wizard. A vampire mage. What magic do you practice? Art of death and necromancy. Melkahim. B. Altering one's mind and perceptions. Zephonim. So the mist form suggestion, Fuddy Knucker, I like your name by the way. Fuddy Knucker asked, what about the mist form? And the mist form doesn't work because it's specific to Kain. Like, that's his gift. No other vampire has that. Werewolf form and bat form, other vampires do have it, but they have to learn it. And as I said, in this Dungeons and Dragons type world, you are a fledgling vampire. You will learn it over time. You could even specialize into it. But right now we're focusing more on like your raw stats. How did you start your character off kind of ordeal. Altering one's mind perception, shielding and healing. Actually, shielding oneself from the raw power of the sun. That would be more Vorador is made by Janos? Yeah, but here's Salam, brother. But here's a rebuttal. Vorador was made by Janos? Kain has the heart of Janos. Boom! He's better. No, I'm just kidding. I could go either way. I think Kain has the capability of being stronger than Vorador, just because Kain is... He's able to do a lot of crazy shit that I don't think a lot of people realize. Like, he killed all the Pillar Guardians, except for Malik. And he was a fledgling vampire. So he just turned into a vampire. So he's very barely, like, a little stronger than a human. And he's able to massacre all these people and massacre all these monsters on an endless quest. And he actually succeeds his quest. It's like, holy shit, dude. How many fledgling vampires do you think could actually do that? None. So that's where I say Kain is, like, pretty fucking impressive. I don't think a lot of people realize that. Like, if you take a step back and you look at the world and you look how tough it is for a fully grown vampire like Raziel, it's like, dude, if it's hard for a fully grown vampire to survive in this world, how the fuck did a fledgling do it? A fledgling vampire, a guy who just got turned into one, and he's ragdolling motherfuckers left and right. It's like, dude, you must be powerful. And now that he's elderly, dear God, he's probably amazing. From the sun. Shielding oneself from the raw powers of the sun and water. Actually, no, not and water. From the sun or water. I'm going to put or water. So this way you could be a Razielum and Rahabim. Because I don't want to put shield magic on here twice. That's not going to work. Let's see. The last one is blood magic, like being able to heal people and being able to heal yourself and also duplicate the blood supply, because that's actually a thing. Because they did have blood magic, but I don't know what clan I would put that in. I kind of want to get rid of the sun, just because I want Rahabim to be like his own thing. But I definitely want to put blood magic on here. I just want blood magic. I could put... But the problem is that you could do spells that could shield you from both the sun or the water, one or the other. So that way you could roleplay as these two. It's so difficult to choose, right? Oh my god. Well, we already have mind powers. We already have mind powers. We already have altering one's mind and perceptions. That's a Zephon thing. Healing and cleansing. Taint from poisoned blood. Because something that I think a lot of people forget is that in Legacy of Kain, Blood Omen 1, there's actually different types of blood you have to watch out for. There's blue blood, green blood, and red blood. Red blood is what you want. Blue blood regenerates your magic, and green blood's tainted. Don't drink that. You will poison yourself. So I would like to see a magic in this game where you could, maybe you slayed a bunch of monsters and they're mutants. You can't drink their blood. So you and your party gather up the blood and you have your one blood mage cleanse the taint out of the blood. So now it's drinkable. You don't heal as much from it though, but you do heal from it. So that could be a thing. Yeah, I'm thinking that too. We'll just put 1 point. We'll just put everybody. Every clan. We'll just put every clan. So in other words, if you don't want to be one of these 4 specific clans, you'll just get 1 point for everything. Which works because then I don't have to type in Terrellum and Doomahim. Because really this is like every clan. I'm glad we're doing a live stream. I'm gonna put in terms like that. I'm glad we're doing a live stream and doing this. Teleportation and stuff? I don't want to do that yet. Because I like the adventure. And also someone did comment here about the sun. That wasn't the sun blocked off from the smoke in Kain's Empire? Yes. But the setting of this, the current time period of this period, is right after Kain took over. So Kain just took over the world. You're now a new vampire. The world is very, very new. This is new. Never has there been a vampire empire. And humanity just lost. So there's still going to be human soldiers out there who don't have a city to defend anymore, just roving around the streets. There are still humans who are not feral yet. There are feral ones, but there are some who are not feral yet. So you're going to be that vampire. That's the setting here. The Dark Renaissance is happening. It's just happening. Where now vampires are starting to explore other avenues. They're like, okay, well, now that we rule the world, we should set up infrastructure. We should set up legislator, jobs, bankers. Like, this is all new. And here you are, a brand new vampire smack dab in the middle of this change. And you could choose what you want to do. So that's why I'm doing this. Yeah, I would say bat travel. Alright. Question number 5. I think this should be more of a sneaking question. Kind of ties back into the first question. So let's see. Let's do the math here. You select A. You go down. You select D. So now you got 2 points for Zephon, 1 point for Razielum. You select B. So you got 3 points for Zephon. And then here you select B again. Now you got 4 points for Zephon. Okay, that works. That works. Because even if I did select Razielum, and since there's 9 questions, there's no way you're going to break even. You guys are so fucking smart. I love it. Whoever said make 9 questions was a fucking genius. Because there's no way in hell you're going to end up breaking even. You're going to have an uneven result where, like, you could be neck and neck. 4 of your answers were for one clan and 5 for the other. Doesn't matter. It's not going to be even. That's genius. I fucking love you guys. So let's see. Your rival has the spotlight. Okay. This is an interesting question. Your rival has the spotlight. More of the clan elders are sponsoring him, and soon he will succeed you. What do you do? This is going to be interesting. I don't mind putting the elder god in, so the I don't know how to say your name, Arab guy. Sorry. You could type it out in English, I guess, how I would pronounce your name, but I don't know how to pronounce it. So I'm just going to say Arab guy. So the thing is, I do not mind putting the elder god as like a quest, or like one of my players discovers the elder god. But the point is that if you do discover the elder god, your character is basically doomed to die, because the elder god cannot have you around knowing that he exists. His agents are supposed to be, you do a task and you die, basically. So by being his agent, you may think, yeah, you know, Cthulhu time, baby, gonna have all the tentacle aesthetics, whatever, blah, blah, blah. But then you realize the elder god doesn't want to be worshipped. He wants you to die, especially since you're a vampire. So it could be something like that. If I was developing a quest line, I would put that you feel a strong energy tugging you to a corner of a cavern. Do you go to that corner? And then you roll a not an intelligence, but a endurance check. Can you resist the pull? And if you do, then you never go towards the elder god. But if you fail, you come to the elder god and he talks to you, and he gives you a goal. And if you succeed the goal, he explains himself to you, who he is, and you worship him. If you don't, doesn't matter. He'll get someone to kill you, and your quests will be a lot more difficult. But basically, the end of your character is going to be to die. So it's kind of like you're signing yourself up for a death, and your campaign's going to be much harder than everyone else's. And you're going to notice that too. That for some reason, the game master, whoever's controlling the game, keeps targeting you, or is obligated to target you out of everyone else. And that's because you now have the Elder God debuff. You've been tainted by the deeps kind of ordeal. Does this mean players will be contending with glyph technology? That's actually what I'm going to put in here. is that, because as I said, the first quest, the first game or dungeon I want to do is you and your party have heard of a human city that was the last one to fall. This human city had technology that quote unquote repelled the vampires for so long that by the time Kain won, he declared the city off limits and he wished it to be buried and forgotten in history. In other words, Vae Victus, unglory to the conquered. In this quest line, you and your vampires, who are all fledglings, are trying to rise in your clans or trying to just gain personal status. This is a good way to grow in power, exercise your strength, maybe find some good loot. Maybe you're going to find a legendary weapon that does kill vampires very, very easily, and you could use it. The only issue is that there will be repercussions for your actions. Like if Kain finds out you went to that city, you're a traitor, and we all know the fate of traitors and weaklings. And that's why I talked about at the beginning of this live stream was how funny and how creative would it be if you recover an ancient artifact from that city and it's easily recognizable as a sigil from that city. And all you do is you give it to your superior who you hate. And you go, here you go, superior. No one's as great as you. And then he goes to Kain's court, fashioning around this symbol of this human city. And Kain immediately recognizes it and goes, you. And throws you out the fucking abyss. And then now that your superior's dead because Kain whipped out the Soul Reaver and killed his ass, now you could succeed. Now you get a promotion. That would be fucking awesome. That's what I would love to see. I would love to see that. I kind of like this. So your rival has the spotlight. More of the clan elders are sponsoring him, and soon he will succeed you. What do? Tell a rival clan how powerful the new guy is and what danger he poses for them? Zephanim, you're manipulating people. B, challenge him to a duel. Let fate decide. I'm thinking, let fate decide who's worthy. That could be a Razielum, because they're very pious individuals, they're very religious, and they're also very like noble. Because we see Raziel, he seems to hate cowards, he seems to hate backstabbing, he seems to hate a lot of things, and he also likes to cling to his altruism. So he's very altruistic. So he's not a person to like backstab you. That's why I put in the Razielum clan, they have a high chance of failing cunning attempts. They could be cunning, but they seem to not like it. But at the same time, in Kain's court, one of the best ways to succeed in a vampire court is to be deceptive, to be manipulative. So while they are the first clan, they are not you know, easily the best because they don't do the cunning shit. That's how you kind of like balance it out. I want this answer to be a Razielum answer. Like, your refined etiquette and knowledge of their clan's history. Basically, you try to out impress the elders to your rival. What would be a D option? So let me ask you guys. Someone you fucking hate, who's just a miserable piece of shit. He's cocky as hell. He thinks he's better than you. He doesn't know shit. And it seems like people like him. People don't see him the way you see him. And now it seems like he's about to become your superior. What would you do to his ass? I'm thinking stab him in the alleyway. Yes, stab him in the alleyway and have that as a Rahabim trait. Because Rahabims are, after all, that's how they play in the video game. Like they just randomly emerge out of the water and just start spitting at you and attacking you from behind. So I could see that where a Rahabim just casts a shield spell to protect him from the water for just like a few seconds, dives in, moment you come up, comes out, grabs you, throws you in the fucking water. Yep. That's a beautiful name. Noir? Knower? Um, lure him to a I want to say lure him to a dock. And when no one is looking, throw him in the water. Can't have a rival. Disintegrated. Ner. You know, do you watch Aqua Teen Hunger Force? Do you? Because a name like Ner reminds me instantly of Aqua Teen Hunger Force. Aqua Team. Ednot and This is He's such a jackass, and it's so fucking funny. I love But Nur, that's a unique name. I like it. I can fuck with that. Hell yeah. Question number 6. This is a lot tougher than we thought it would be. And banana, no! God, dude, oh my god, I love it so much. The hand banana episode? Tonight, you. That's kind of funny. What does he mean? Tonight, you. Carl, you okay, buddy? The dog didn't say anything to anybody. Oh, shit. Oh, he's not a boy anymore. He's a man. He just frickin' raped me? I love Carl, dude. Always the worst shit happens to him, and it's so fucking funny. I love how many bad things happen to him. Anytime something happens to Carl, it's always the funniest shit in my life. I love it. Alright, let's see. Let's do a Melka him question. This one's interesting. You've finally risen to become a very powerful vampire. Where do you look to sire a new fledgling vampire? Where do you look to create a new vampire, basically, is what this means. This the human ghetto is the biggest fucking strongest bastard around. I like that. I would put the Crips. Surely someone who died the Crips. Surely one of the dead men would be as successful in unlife as they were in life. Melka him. B. Human. Human. I want to put the human ghettos one. That's just so funny. I'm putting Terrellum for that. Find a feral human tribe and recruit their strongest warrior. I actually would put that. Uh, because that's the key word is finding a human feral tribe. Usually they find feral humans, but never do they usually say in the lore that they found a tribe. And the reason why is because like the tribes are usually very they're nomadic essentially. Like they're constantly on the move, and usually the vampires just find them amusing. They don't actually like kill them. They could, they just don't because they find it amusing. And the word find kind of makes it a split 50-50 between like Dumahim and Rahabim. Because yeah, strongest warrior, Dumahim, because a feral human probably uses a spear a lot. But Rahabim as well, because he had to use his knowledge of the geography to find his ass. So I could go either way on that one. I'm kind of noticing that I have a lot of Zephon. So we need to avoid Zephon right now and focus on the other clans. Yeah, I'm just going to put that actually. I'm going to put grabbing their strongest warrior or most knowledgeable scout. So therefore, it's one or the other. You grab their most knowledgeable scout or you grab their strongest warrior. So it's both. D. Time for the D. Everyone loves the D. So the thing is, Arab guy, is that Raziel is pretty pious. And he's very honorable to an extreme. Like, he talks about how he would never throw his own brothers into the abyss. He would never just stand idly by. He would say something. He may not fight Kain, but he would definitely say something. And then we also see a lot that he doesn't like backstabbing. He doesn't like a lot of stuff like that. So I could definitely see the Razielum. But for the Razielum, I want to kind of do like sponsoring a young vampire who shows a lot of, who conducts himself honorably. I'll put in terms like that. Sponsoring a new vampire fledgling that conducts himself honorably and is well liked by the court. Okay, we have 3 more questions to go, guys. Are you getting sick of it yet? I'm not. I'm finding this very fun. Okay, question number 7. We should do a assassin kind of question. Like, you have been ordered to assassinate this powerful human. You've infiltrated his castle and he is laying right before your eyes. How do you kill him? Do you think that would be a good one? Okay. I love some of your guys' answers. One person said kill him peacefully. It's like, nah, we're not doing that. Who the fuck would kill someone peacefully? What is wrong with you? I want to do I want to do a Rahabim answer. And like make it where basically he suffers before he dies by just drowning him. We'll do answer first, number 1. You don't infiltrate his area. So this is option 1. I never infiltrated his room. Instead, I had one of my human spies kill him posing as a servant. That's option 1. B. Stealth is the goal here. This is supposed to differentiate you from other assassins, basically. So, like, the difference between a Zephanim and a Rahabim, they both could be assassins. They're both specialized in sneaking. What would differentiate them? Yeah. Thank you, baby. You okay?
Yeah. I saw a lot of people watching here.
Yeah, I know, like 10 people. Yeah, it's amazing. Hassan. Okay, I gotta remember that. Hassan. I think I can remember Hassan. That's easy. Yeah, I can remember that. Girl problems? No. My wife was coming in to congratulate me that I have like over 10 people in the live stream at once, which is very rare in my live streams to have over 10 people. So I'm happy. My YouTube channel's been growing very significantly ever since I've hit like 700. Like we literally skipped 800 and 700. The moment I hit 700, boom, we skipped straight to 900. And now I'm at 1,000. And now it seems like everyone's flocking in, really being engaging with me. And I love it. I love it. Never will I complain. Never are you going to see me doing one of those like shitty YouTubers. I got all that I dreamed about. I made it to fame. I have like 1,000 viewers on every stream, but I'm depressed. Like, no. You're not going to hear that at me. I'm loving this, dude. No fucking way. Yeah. Yeah, I love that answer. That's so twisted. I'm going to put that as a Melkahim answer. Turn him into a vampire.
Girl problem.
Girl problems?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. How's it going, baby? Hi.
Hi.
See, guys? This is why you guys get a wife. You get free kisses. You don't gotta do nothing for it.
Okay.
I didn't do like any chores today, and I'm getting kissed. Oh
I think my
yes.
hands are cold.
My face is hot. Keep touching me.
No, but thank you.
What? Bring that ass back here. Oh my god.
I have early work, so.
Love you too. The ruler of the home revealed herself. Yeah, that's my wife. Yeah. So let's think. Slide a blade across his neck. Oof. That's what I want to put. Is I want to put I want to put like you leave behind a poisonous gas under his bed as he sleeps, causing him to die while he's sleeping. And put that as a Rahabim answer. Baby, you may want to go in the other room. Because this is going to be like all night. It's going to be pretty loud.
I'm tired and going to sleep.
Okay. I just don't want to hear complaints. That's all. So we'll put there we go. See you later, Hassan. See you later. Thanks for coming. So we leave under his bed a toxin that will cause him to wake up coughing, choking, gasping for air, killing anybody who enters the room to investigate. Oof, that's really fucked up, and that's really dark. It's like, what? I heard my lord is having a fit upstairs. Quick, let's investigate the room. You open up the room, and you inhale the toxin as well. And now you just see like a fucking line of servants dying at his door. No one can go in to investigate what's going on, but him and anyone else who enters that room is fucking dead. All right, we got 2 more questions. Let's see. We're not on that question right now, Fuddy Nucker. We're on to the next question. But I do agree we should change this, I guess. So instead, he turns into a vampire. He'll be so disgusted with no other option but to kill himself or be killed by the humans of the city. Question number 8. I know, this will be more of a personal question. You are looking for a job. What kind of job are you looking for? So let's see. You were looking for a job, but you're looking for something specific. What kind of job are you looking for? This is going to be more of a vampire question. Like, are you looking for a clan job? A job that bolsters your clan? Are you looking for an empire job? A job that's for the entire empire? This would be more of a Razielam answer. And a Torellum answer. Hey, babe, you know they can hear that, right?
Yeah, I don't know why I clicked join.
Okay. I'm just letting you know that it's...
I know.
It's, this microphone's really good because it picks up everything. What kind of job are you looking for? You're looking for a blowjob. Oh shit. Um, I want to say like a personal job, a job that will help me grow in power, and that could be also a Melkahim, a Dumahim, a Terellum, not a Terellum. So a Melkahim, a Dumahim, and a Rahabim. Because Rahabim was kind of like about himself sometimes. He was still very loyal to a fault. Like we talked about last live stream, like he really doesn't care. He just follows orders. So I could go that route. Would you think? I'm thinking putting Terellum again instead of Rahabim. Because I want Rahabim for the last one. The last one is a prestigious job. Something that will make you money and notoriety. That would be more of a Rahabim. Because Rahabims were more explorers. And if you are an explorer, that's kind of what you're doing, like Indiana Jones kind of thing. Like you're finding riches, or you're finding secrets out, like secret paths that no one else knows about that you can easily sell to the highest bidder. I'm thinking we'll put Torellum. There we go. Some of these overlap, and that's kind of the point, is that a lot of clans do overlap when it comes to jobs. But that's fine. That is totally fine. Yeah, I would consider magic more of like a clan job because you're bolstering your clan is the goal. So you may take a job that does involve going to the library, read a bunch of magical books, But the reason why you're doing that is because you can bolster your clan. You can make your clan better. And then Empire job is something that benefits everybody. That's very specific. Terrellum and Razielum seem to definitely be that. Terrell provides a lot of the industry, like a lot of the churning out metal, making all this production. Razielum's more of just the court, making the Empire run more logistically safe. So yeah, there's that. Then there's the personal job, something that bolsters yourself, something that makes you better, and it's only for your own strengths. You could easily do Melkahim to Zephanim doesn't really match because Zephanim's all about spies and setting up spy networks. So ultimately, it's very clan identity. You don't really focus on setting up your own spy network for yourself. It's more for your clan. So that's the way that usually works. No, we weren't going for specific jobs, just kind of like vague. What kind of job would you be looking for? So the final question. The final question out of everything we've asked. What would be the final question? I know. This one's going to be a bit interesting. It's going to probably have like the same answers as this. Who is the most important person to you? The person that you worship, look up to, or see as a potential future for yourself. And option one is Kain, the Emperor. That would be more of Raziel and Terrell. Option B, your clan elder. That'd be a Zephanim and a Melkahim. Option C, let's see. Okay. Who do you consider Yeah, I'm going to put yourself as an option. And if I put yourself, I'm going to put that as like a I'm going to put that strictly as a Rahabim. Because Rahabims seem to be kind of like the outcast. They kind of seem weird. Clan... Kain's lieutenants. Oh shit, I misspelled lieutenants. The elders of your clans. I'm just going to leave it as just 3 options for this one. Just because I want it to kind of be like uneven on purpose. Your sire. Yeah, that's a good one. So we're going to put this as option D. Because we love D. We love the D. Your sire. We're going to put Dumahim and Zephanim, and that is it. So if you want to go Melkahim, you're going to end up kind of spilling a lot into different categories. But that's why there's 9 questions. It's uneven. You're going to end up breaking something somewhere. So let's try to be a Melkahim, okay? 1 for Melkahim and 1 for Zephon if you select D for the option 1. This one, you're just going to select whatever is random. So I could choose Rally the Banner and Call to Arms. Because after all, you are going to be summoning undead. So yeah, you would Call to Arms. So 1 for Raziel. 1 Raziel, 1 Zephon, 1 Melkahim. Option 3 is A. So now you have 2 for Melkahim, 1 and 1. 4, you want to learn Necromancy. So now, boom, 3 for Melkahim, 1 to 1. And then here there is no Melkahim option. So you could just select whichever one you prefer. Like maybe you prefer knowledge. So hey, you see knowledge, boom. Or you may say, hey, I like to be an asshole and throw someone in a bunch of water because I know that would kill them. Boom, now you got 1 for Rahabim or 2 for Razielam. You finally risen to be a powerful vampire. Crips, boom, now you got 5 for Melkahim. Yeah, you're basically Melkahim by this point. So you're pretty much set no matter what. Like, you were gonna end up this way. A human relative finds you, what do you do? That'd be fucking hysterical. So let's increase the size here. And then this one, let's... Now let's rephrase this. So how to determine clan origin? Either choose a clan or go to the pillars of Nosgoth. There, or go to the pillars of Nosgoth. There, fate will decide your path. That's the wrong there. There you go. For once, the autocorrect is wrong. That is the wrong there. This is coming out pretty good. I know it needs a comma, but Google's going to keep sitting there saying, this is wrong. I know it needs a comma. We could just put a period. And it still autocorrects it. Oh my god. Oh, comma after there. Oh. See, look at this. We got some English grammar, boys. English is my only language, and I still don't know how to speak it. Do I think Destiny is better than Path? You're right. Destiny is more dramatic. There, fate will decide your destiny. Yeah, that's more dramatic. Yeah. I'm trying to make it to where, like, when I publish this, it looks presentable. Like, it looks pretty good. It looks pretty legit. So I'm adding, like, spaces randomly. Because this looks like an actual game manual. This looks fucking professional. This looks fucking legit. Let's see. Fuck, it's still not. Because I kind of want it to be on the. Okay, you know what? We'll just add something here. The last question is a typo. I don't see a typo. Yeah, there's no typo. Get out of here. There's no typo. Because, see, I want my clans to be kind of like all together. Oh, there is a typo. The Emperor of Nosgoth. There's no real reason for the... There's a reason for the here, but no real reason for the here. I'm really liking how this is turning out. I don't know about you guys, but I'm liking it. I'm just gonna add a blank spot. Cause see, this looks really nice and structured. Until this part. Shit, this part. Yeah, there's a break. Damn it. Okay, so yeah, there is a reason for that break. I'm trying to like make it all nice and presentable, god damn it. Yay, we did it. Fuck. I see the issue. There we go. We made the word base stats like size 20 font. We shouldn't have done that. We should have kept it simple. This is looking pretty good. My only issue is that I think this game might be a little too easy, and I want it to be difficult. I want it to be like tough as fuck, because after all, that's Legacy of Kain. It's a tough universe. So let's add some traits. Let's do traits, right? And these are going to be traits that enemies have. Oh, size 14. We can do traits like fanatics. What was the highest chance we could do? So I'll do a -3 chance. So I'll have it where if you're a Seraphan, you will get the Fanatic trait, but you will also get the Seraphan trait, and that's a separate trait entirely. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have it where if you're a Seraphan, you have 1+. No, not 1+. 2+ chance against vampire enemies. So that means that they're going to have a much easier time killing you. Whereas if you are a vampire hunter, you get 1+ against vampires. So you still get a bonus against vampires, but not nearly as good. And you don't get the fanatic trait. Fanatic, we're going to make it -2 chance to be manipulated or mind controlled. Seraphan. Let's do Seraphan. +2 when taking action against a vampire. Vampire hunter. Ooh, yeah. So this way, whoever creates a scenario, they have to remember this. All Seraphans have Fanatic. All Vampire Hunters do not. Vampire Hunters would have to get Fanaticism some other way. This guy's name is How Do You Destroy YouTube? I love it. The Hilden, that's also going to be a trait. We could add that. I'm going to put Vampirism as a trait. But it's only going to be a trait that more or less shows you what weaknesses you have. Like you're weak to water, sunlight, and poison. Everyone's weak to poison, but vampires in particular have to watch out for poison blood. Like drinking the blood of a mutant is considered poison blood. Vampire Hunter +1 chance to when taking action against a vampire. Goddamn. Now everyone's got ideas. Everyone's like, oh yeah, here we go. Wraiths, demons, spectral entities. Oh my god. We're not going to put the wraiths and the spectral entities because how would we fight it, right? You're not going to. And also, you're not going to be in the spirit realm. Unless. I just remembered. I put it in the rules. So here, hold on a second. Let's take a step back. I put it in the rules that you can die, but only if you get your body completely destroyed, you were killed by water, you were killed by an explosion, you were killed by fire. That would be a permanent death. You will die. Basically, any way that your body is completely destroyed. But I did put it in here that if you're killed some other way, you can be revived. Because you're a vampire. As long as your body is intact, you can be revived. So maybe we will put spectral in there. So the longer you're dead, the more you have to risk your soul being eaten by one of the spectral beings that the game master may throw at you. Like he may throw a slog at you, or he may throw a wraith at you, something at you. And when you're dead, you still keep your stats, but you're not able to use weapons or magic. So when you're fighting the slog or a wraith or whatever, if you're a Torellum, it would be easy for you because you can just swipe it away. But if you're a Melkahim or Dumahim or Zephanim, it's going to be pretty difficult because you don't have that. You're usually relying on your magic or your weapons or something. Oh, you want a hug? Okay. Yeah, I love the way Sovi the Disastrous says it. You die, pop, welcome to round 2, sucker. Exactly. Now you're really fucked. You just lost the fight against the boss? Well, you remember those other 2 guys you just killed? Time to fight them again. But this time, you're by yourself. So I'm going to put it that sunlight debuffs your stats by 1. Because in Blood Omen 1, Kain was just weak in sunlight. Whereas in Soul Reaver 1, it made no sense, really. The sunlight killed the vampires. Especially since the sun was supposedly blocked off. It was kind of a bad tutorial, right? Where you could wound the fledgling and then throw him in a light, but then they say later on in the game, oh yeah, there's no sunlight, by the way, because the sun is blocked. So where the fuck did the sunlight come from in the beginning of the game? Like, it was a lore write-up mistake. So I'm going to put sunlight debuff stats by -1. So if you have 5 strength and you're fighting in the sunlight, you have 4. You have 5 endurance, now you're down to 4. So instead of having 10 hit points, you have 8. Let me get my vampire. My vampire. That's why I call my wife now. Jesus Christ.
I'm a vampire.
Yeah, babe, you're a vampire now. Sorry. You're a blood sucking fiend. You're a parasite. I'm gonna give my wife a hug because she's about to go to bed, and I have to stay awake all night tonight. So this is what we're gonna work on. Ooh. Okay. I've got my blanket on my lap because it keeps my feet warm. Because like my balls are hot as hell, but and they get sweaty, but my feet are like cold as ice. So that's why I have the blanket. If you all were wondering, I don't understand it, but it happens. All right. So what about sunlight affecting magics? Fuddy Knucker says. That's the point. It's a debuff by 1. So your magic, which is your intelligence, is getting debuffed. And magic is calculated by your intelligence divided by 2. So instead of doing 3 magic, it's now 2 magic. That is bad. So now we're going to put Wraith or Spectral first. Yeah, Spectral. Spectral. I want to say -1 to perception. Like, you're not really too aware of what's going on. Like, it's kind of an otherworldly feeling. You're not really too sure what's going on. Like, when you resurrect Duma, he's kind of weird. Like, he faintly recalls the discussion you've had while he was dead. But you can tell he's kind of like coming to grips with the reality. Like, he's just popping back into his soul. Like, whoa, that was a nauseating experience. So I want to put -1 to perception or -2. So you're not really aware of what's going on. Yeah, like a hazy, fleeting dream. The reason why I'm putting poison... You're right, I should get rid of poison. I should. Just leave it fire and water. Because that really fucks up vampires. Fire and water. I want to put -3. So... So vampire, you take -3, so you have a very high chance to fail. and get fucked up by a fire or water damage. Sunlight just debuffs you, but you can heal from drinking blood and has the drink blood action, whereas no one else has that. Unless they're a cannibal, but we're not diving into that. Spectral, -2 perception. You're absolutely right. Melkahim does have a bit of a closer connection, so we could put that as a trait. Ignores spectral traits debuffs. So now whenever a Melkahim is killed and he's waiting for his team to resurrect him, he's not debuffed by the spectral trait. Because he's already close to death anyways, you know? Perception. What else do we want to put? So spectral makes you less perceptive, so you're not really aware of what's going on around you. You don't really notice enemies. So enemies in the spirit realm are going to attack you first because they have a higher perception. So therefore, you're always going to be the second person to attack. You're always going to be initiated on, unless you have a wickedly high perception. So not only do you have reduced perception, but oh yeah, can't use items. So now, not only are you not able to really attack first, but when you do attack, you're not attacking with an item. Unless you're a Melkahim. If you're a Melkahim, you do stand a good chance because you could draw upon the power of your magics, or just randomly whip out a dagger in the middle of a fight, and then the ghost that's fighting you is going to be like, where the fuck did you get that? And they'll just be like, nah, don't worry, dude. It's a Melkahim trait. Just deal with it. So this way, it makes it where Melkahim are really weak in life, but really strong in death. Really strong. Yeah, soul dagger. Yeah. Or like a soul staff or soul whatever, you know? Soul spear, whatever kind of Melkahim you're doing. Melkahim has like the weirdest rules out of everyone else, but that's because they have to. So you get -2 charisma because you look like a rotting fucking corpse. You get more intelligence, and you take 1 less wound from poison attacks. Because your skin is like sloughing off, so you don't really take a lot of damage from poison. So you could drink tainted blood and possibly not take damage from it. And you're able to graft opponent traits onto yourself, which I find very interesting. I find this very cool. So with the Melkahim, you can actually defeat an opponent who may be who may have a trait like tough hide, like they have just a really strong thick skin, and you could go, you know what? I'm gonna roll the dice and see if I can transplant that trait into me. And you may fail, in which case you just slop off a different set of skin and that's it. Nothing really changes. Or you may pass, and now you get to keep, as long as you keep that skin on, you can have that trait, tougher skin, so now you're harder to kill. Stuff like that. Well, I don't have agility as a core trait. Because I figured all vampires are pretty movable. I didn't want to mess that up by adding agility into the game. But I have perception. So essentially, your perception is your agility in a sense, because when combat is initiated, I put it in here in the rules that the first person who goes is the person with the highest perception. Rahabim has +2 perception right off the bat. So Rahabim characters are probably going to initiate combat first, but they can't use martial combat because they have a high chance of failing. So you'll probably get shot with an arrow, or someone's going to throw a bomb in your face, something like that. So the Rahabim start the fight. And then whoever has the next highest perception goes. It could be your team or it could be the enemy. It could be maybe a Seraphan guard who has really high perception because he's a guard, so he doesn't like waver in his vigilance. So you could have something like that, where the Rahabim starts the fight, and then all the enemies go right afterwards, and then finally the rest of your team goes later. It's only because like I didn't want to add agility, because as I said, it seems like all the vampires are relatively mobile, like the same. Because when I played Soul Reaver 1, the only slippery bastard I want to say was I can't really think of one actually. Like they're all relatively the same mobility except for the Melkahim. The Melkahim are the slowest, but that's because they're like zombies. So we're gonna keep it just that, you know. Arachnid reflexes, I love that. That's a beautiful one. I'm not adding Wraith or any sort of spirit stuff here besides Spectral, only because Wraith is more of a specific creature that's not a trait. I'll leave it up to you guys if we want to create a creature list and have like base stats for creatures that make them unique, or if we'll just leave it to individual players to create their own enemies. Yeah, I'm gonna leave it as higher chance equals to +2 or -2. I'm gonna have to type that somewhere. Oh, fuck, that probably screwed up our beautiful organization. Oh, wow, it didn't. Wow, I'm very surprised. I am very surprised I didn't screw up our organization. Wow. We should also bolden these. Let's bold it. Do you guys find this stream fun? I think it's fun. here we are literally like pouring over the Legacy of Kain lore and just creating this crazy situations. Because ultimately, who's going to play this? We are. And people who like Dungeons and Dragons or tabletop role-playing games, they may like this setup. They may go, it's very unique, it's very interesting, all the stuff that's in here, and may learn Legacy of Kain as a result. So, I think this is great. This is awesome community building that we're doing here. Wow, we have 11 views and 11 likes. I love you guys. Alright, so arachnid reflexes. I'm gonna put aqua. I'm trying to think like aquaphile. Able to swim if a vampire, then they take less. I want to say -2 damage. So aquaphile. So take note, aquaphile means that you can swim. And this is important because some humans will not have this trait. So you could throw a human in the water and watch them drown. And also, if you're a vampire, you'll only take 1 damage from water now instead of 3. That is huge. Have I tried using home brewery? What's that? Because I used to review homebrew lore for Warhammer, and here we are, we're creating our own sheet. So yeah, see, water gives you 5 damage off the bat. So water causes 5 damage. Now you're going to be taking 3 damage. I should probably write that down somewhere so I remember that. Oh yeah, this is combat. I should get rid of staked. When dead, the player will be sent to the spirit realm and will have to fight off any spectral enemies that reside within that realm until either they win the fight, lose the fight, or are resurrected. If they lose the spirit realm fight, then they are permanently dead. Even if the team tries to res him. Patrick, this is like before all the clans evolve. So you kind of missed it. I would recommend you rewind the stream. How long has the stream been going? About 2 hours. Okay. So I would rewind it, but I don't blame you if you don't want to rewind it. It's just I don't want to repeat myself because this is like the third time I'm saying it, so I'm not gonna repeat it. Someone here could maybe comment for you what time setting that we're going for, but right now I'm not repeating it. Right now I'm busy thinking about these traits and I don't want to lose my train of thought. Clan specific traits? We already have clan specific traits. That's these. These are the clans. Like when you select a clan, that is your trait. I could just write clan trait. Hello, Salamari. Because as I said, I do kind of want this to be like, you could play, like you can get all your friends together, maybe 4 or 6 people, whatever, and you could all play custom characters that are all one clan. Like you may say, you know what? Let's all play Doomahim. One of us is going to be a Doomahim mage, one of us is going to be a Doomahim assassin, one of us is going to be a Doomahim tank. And it's like, okay, it's going to be a little difficult for the guys who aren't going Doomahim warriors, but it is doable. It's just the deck is kind of stacked against them. And then you could roleplay like, okay, we're going to do a clan fight, like a clan skirmish. Can the Doomahim take out a Terrellum outpost? And all your enemies have a clan trait that is specific to whatever clan they are. So you're fighting a bunch of vampires who are leveled up, they're tougher, and then they also have the clan trait. So it's like, yikes, that's not good. Nosgoth Arena battle game? You're talking about the Nosgoth game. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. Yeah, we already looked at this. That's why I'm incorporating right here, yeah. Yeah, we're incorporating this. Yeah. Because I actually would love to see that. I would love to see someone play as like a Melkahim warrior and all of his friends are playing Melkahim whatever's like assassins or mages, and the goal is to defeat a clan that could be the Razielum whatever, and the goal is that you're all trying to absorb their traits. So the real reason why you're fighting the clan is not because they're a threat to the clan, not because it gives your clan an advantage. No, you just want to take their skin off and put it on yourself. And that could be very cool. That could be really, really cool. So now you have a bunch of dudes who are more resistant to fire because they ended up getting the trait from the Razielum. But when you get a trait as a Melkahim, I should probably write that down, that when you try to graft an opponent's trait onto yourself, you can only get one specific part of their traits. So if I was to do Terrellum, and I was to take a Terrellum skin and put it on my Melkahim, I would either get the 1 strength, the 1 endurance, or the -1 wound from martial wounds. Or I could, if I roll the dice and I end up getting like a 2, I ended up getting their weaknesses on accident. So now I have a higher chance to fail magic and cunning attempts. Yikes. So grafting opponents' bodies onto you, while it's nice, It could have drawbacks. It could be very, very bad. And I think that would be really cool. That'd be really fucking awesome. That'd be really fucking funny though. Just someone who's extremely unlucky rolls like a 2 and they're like, "What? What did I graft onto my body?" And then the game master just shuffles his papers and go, "Well, according to this, you just gained a negative trait. So whatever the negative trait that's on that monster or whatever it is that you just killed, that's what you just got." You could get that. That would suck. Um, no, I'm not incorporating anything from anything. If it ends up looking like another type of video game or tabletop game or whatever, that's not because I'm stealing it. Like I've never looked up Vampire the Masquerade's World of Darkness tabletop. I've never looked that up. I still don't even know it because I don't play these kind of games usually. But I want to just create my own thing. I want to like be innovative and use you guys as like a good reflection. Like let's create our own thing. I don't want to just rip off someone else cuz that's just not right. Legacy of Kain is a very unique franchise. So why would I copy another franchise to simulate this? No. We're going to do it our way. We're going to be independent. Let's put mutants. So, what you guys are talking about is from Legacy of Kain, Blood Omen, and also Soul Reaver. I am going to not do that because, as I stated before, if that's the way the game's going to work, then it could get really fucked really quickly. So, in other words, if the player and his friends all gang up and defeat an entire outpost of vampires, that's a lot of buffs. That is insane. You're going to get very powerful very quickly. So, to keep the theme going that you're not going to really survive in this world, that this world is tough, we're not going to do that. It needs to be special vampires. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. Like in Blood Omen 1, Legacy of Kain, Blood Omen, you actually do kill a few vampires in that game, mostly known as Vorador's concubines and stuff, and you don't get anything out of that. You get nothing. So, and in Soul Reaver 1, you kill a lot of vampires. and a very few of them actually give you stuff. It's just Blood Omen 2 was different. Blood Omen 2, those vampires were very special. They were very unique. Like if you noticed when Kain killed Uma, he didn't get anything out of her. Nothing. And I know some people are going to be like, well, Kain didn't drink Uma's blood. Well, Kain didn't drink all of his opponent's blood until after he got their powers from killing them. So that argument doesn't work. So I'm going to avoid that because it would make the game too powerful. Just you would get way too ridiculously powerful way too quickly. I'm trying to think of oh yeah, thick skin. +2 to endurance. +1 armor. I'll have thick skin as like an armor upgrade too. That sounds about right. Because a lot of monsters are gonna have thick skin. I'm gonna make it where mutants have no limit to their traits. So they can have unlimited amount of traits as long as it's not spectral and personality traits. Like, where is it? Seraphan is a personality trait. Fanatic, personality trait. You cannot graft these onto somebody. These are personalities. Vampire Hunter, personality. Spectral, that's just not possible for a mutant. But all this other crap, sure. Trait, clan trait is a personal trait. But actually, no, it's not. Clan trait is not a personal trait because Amelkahim can attach it to himself, so it's not a personal trait. So we could have a mutant that ends up having Razielum traits. That would be very unique. I'm reading all the comments because you guys love talking. I love it. Yeah, I like that description. Inherent traits. Shit, now we gotta like... Now we gotta like go around and write inherent everywhere. Let's just copy paste. I'm gonna put I'm gonna put Aquaphile as inherent and personal because some humans can learn to swim. So I'm gonna leave that the way that is. I'm gonna leave spectral the way it is because yeah, you're just like that. You're just fucked. So, thick skin, nocturnal eyes. Nocturnal eyes. I'm gonna leave that inherent. So the reason why I'm making this a trait, I'm not doing mental palace because we have fanatic that already kind of fucks mind control. So we're gonna leave fanatic the way it is. But actually, we could do a inherent and a personal trait that are two totally different traits, but one is personal, one is inherent. So one can be applied to mutants and monsters, one is personal. Like, you just have to be that way. That's actually a very good idea. So then that way, a Melkahim could decide, you know what? I'm going to graft this onto me. So that way, no Zephanim fuckers can manipulate me. That would be actually really good. But what would we call that? Thick skull? Enigmatic mind? Or enigmatic thought pattern? Something like that, like something that's confusing, so it's hard for someone to actually get into your mind. Well, Salamari, I did say earlier that I'm gonna make it where Aquaphile is optional. So you could fight a human who's a Seraphan and he's just kicking your ass. And you realize he doesn't know how to swim. He doesn't have the Aquaphile trait. And there's like a body of water next to you. You may not be able to kill him in combat, but thankfully, you sneaky little fucker, you could just push him into water and just watch him drown. That works. So that's why I'm making Aquaphile like separate from humans. Because that would be really creative. Like if someone's creating a World of Nosgoth scenario and they forget that Aquaphile is a trait, they'll make this badass boss surrounded by a moat of water and they'll be like, yeah, yeah, I'm gonna kick my player's ass. And then one player goes, hey, wait, this boss who's kicking our ass, this human, he doesn't know how to swim. And then push him into the water. So Nocturnal Eyes, I'm going to make Nocturnal Eyes inherent, and it's not for vampires. The reason why is because in Blood Omen 1, Kain has to cast a spell, because he's a fledgling. He's a new vampire. He has to cast a spell to see in the dark. I'm not joking. That's actually a spell. Let's see if they actually have it. Kain, Blood Omen 1 spells. Abilities. Wow, that is tiny. I cannot read that. Where is light? That is. While it's true that natural light weakens a vampire, magical light can have many uses indeed. Yeah. Allows Kain to see switches and dangers hidden in the shadows more clearly. Yep. So we're going to have Nocturnal Eyes as a thing. Well, the thing is, Salmari, is that this is before. This is when Kane's empire is new. Like, he's new. It hasn't been centuries. It's been like a few years that he took over the world with all of his legions of vampires. So because of that, the vampires still have 5 fingers. They don't have 3. They have 5, and they haven't devolved. They haven't evolved new traits. So this is what's happening, and it's been stated in the lore, and also it's been stated by the developers that they imagined Rahabim probably kept drinking water. I mean, not drinking water, drinking blood to heal himself, and kept dipping himself in water purposefully to gain the trait that he gained, which is the gills and able to live underwater. So here it is where you're still taking damage. You're not taking 5 damage, you're taking 2 damage. So you're still taking quite a bit of damage. After all, you have only 10 HP. If you have 5 endurance, you have 10 HP. So 2 damage every turn. You may want to get out of the water, but you can still do things that other people could not. And there is spells that I'm going to write down later on that can kind of temporarily shield you from water for like a very short period of time. Like, you could block water for maybe 1 or 2 turns, so you better get your ass swimming and quickly get to wherever it is you need to go, because you're going to take a lot of damage. Okay, Jan says he's curious, how would a player know that the boss human does not have the trait for swimming? You can make a perception check. So this is where, again, Rahabim is good, is because Rahabim has +2 perception. You could tell the game master, I'm rolling a perception check to see for any weaknesses in the boss. And when you do that, you can ask the game master, since I'm analyzing this character, what are his traits? Because you pass the perception check. If you critically pass, he can let you say, okay, fine, you'll see his traits. And as you look over the traits, you'll be like, wait a minute, Game Master, he doesn't have Aquaphile as a trait. He doesn't know how to swim. But this comes from you, the player, knowing the rules and using it to your advantage. Nocturnal Eyes, Inherent, +2 Perception in the dark. Okay, so now we're doing the mental fortitude one, the one that's like inheritable. We'll do enigmatic mind. Inherent. So now we have Fanatic, which gives you a -2 chance of being manipulated or mind controlled. And now we have an inheritable trait that a mutant could have, or a Melkahim could take off of an opponent and put it on himself. There we go. Well, I mean, it is different, don't you think? Like, I've seen people drown, and when they drown, especially if they're wearing heavy armor, they're gonna drown quickly. They're gonna panic. Whereas, if you're being burned by something, what's your first reaction? Like if you put your hand on like a stove, what's your first reaction? Ah, ah. So if a vampire feels like he's being burned when he touches water, what's he gonna do? Jump the fuck out. And of course, the vampire is stronger than the human, so they are able to like push out of the water really fucking fast. But as I said, if you don't have the aquaphile trait, just one turn inside the water, you're going to lose 5 HP. That's half your HP from being inside water. So you better watch out there, buddy boys. That's my justification for it. It's my game anyways. I get to make the rules. I keep looking at the stream because I'm always curious how many likes I got. I enjoy it, being loved, being liked. I'm a celebrity now. Barbed, barbs. We could put barbs, right? Barbs. Martial attacks. I don't want to say martial. Melee attacks within 1 tile or 1 inch results in 1 wound to attacker. So like if you're next to the enemy, you're gonna hurt yourself if you attack him through melee. But if you're from a distance, like if you have a spear, you can attack from 2 turns away, or if you're a werewolf, where you're able to like swipe your opponent from a distance with your claws, you will not take 1 wound. We forgot we gotta put the werewolf trait in here. Because vampires can mold themselves into it's up to how you want to set up your game. If you want it to be like tabletop where you actually like move your pieces by inches, or if you're doing it by tiles, like here's your dungeon and it's like a bunch of tiles and you just go tile, tile, tile. I'm not going to put fall damage because in the Legacy of Kain games, you don't take fall damage as a vampire. And if you're fighting a human, I'm just going to leave it where it's probably common sense if you kick them off a ledge, they'll probably die. But at the same time, in the Legacy of Kain Defiance video game and Soul Reaver video game, if you're fighting on like a cliff and you toss a human off the edge, they don't seem to take fall damage. Have you guys noticed that? Like if you kick a Seraphan dude off of the ledge and you jump down that ledge to continue fighting him, he's taking like no damage. So I'm not going to put fall damage in here. I'm just going to leave it up to the players. But I understand why you guys would want fall damage. So where's some more personal traits? Oh, conniving. A schemer, that's a better one. Yeah, schemer. Higher chance of manipulating and cunning attacks. So someone who's a schemer is more likely to persuade you to do something. That's more of a personal trait. So remember, we have these stats. Charisma is buffed by Razielum, but they do not do good at cunning. Zephanim buffs cunning, and that is it. So this is kind of interesting, right? Because I have it where the Zephanim and the Dumahim don't receive buffs to their stats, but they instead receive buffs to their skills. Which, I should probably emphasize that these are skills. So, like, the Dumahim gets +3 to melee proficiency. Now, they don't suffer a debuff anyways to their skills. So they don't suffer this -1 on dice roll. They don't suffer that. But other players would. Like a Zephanim has 3 cunning right off the bat. Was it Zephanim? +2 to cunning, yeah. So see, as a Rahabim has -1 wound from water attacks already. So I should just leave it as water. So yeah, that's going to be interesting. Other vampire clans get traits that buff their stats, but those 2 clans, the Zephanim and Dumahim, get traits that buff their skills, and that's very different, very, very different. Beast form. I don't want to put beast form. I want to put werewolf. What does Legacy of Kain Blood Omen call it? Because whatever Legacy of Kain Blood Omen 1 calls it, I'm willing to call it wolf form. Okay, they just call it wolf form. So we'll just call it wolf form. I'm going to say, let's make wolf form inherent and personal. So that way you could have werewolves in the game. And you have to watch out for them. But we'll also leave it personal because you could learn to become this way without being a Melkahim. A Melkahim could just cheat by just grafting their skin onto themselves. Can't use armor. Can't use magic. Can't use weapons. All melee attacks have 2 tile range. Or I'm just going to leave it at tiles. You know what? Yeah, let's delete the inches. Where was the barbs at? Because I'm going to let that be the players. So on paper, it looks like the wolves are bad. We can also increase the strength. How much do you guys think we should increase the strength? By 1 or by 2? I'm thinking by 2, because it makes up for the fact that you're more susceptible to damage and you can't really do anything to defend yourself. Like, you don't have magic. You can't use weapons. I'm thinking increase strength by 2. So this way, if you do go wolf form, you lose all the stuff that you have, like any items you're wearing that give you special effects. If it doesn't buff your wolf form, you ain't using it. So therefore, you're really naked by doing this. If you're a Terrellum, this is great because martial attacks is like strength divided by 2 plus your skill plus item effects. If you're a wolf and you're a Terrellum gets +1 to strength. So now his damage is getting buffed even more by another 2. So now it's 8. So 8 divided by 2 is 4. Plus his skill in melee. So if you just keep buffing up your skill, that could get pretty ridiculous. And then any items effects. If you have any items that buff your wolf form, like you could have an item that is like called like the ring of wolves, or the howling necklace, and that item will stay on you only because it affects your wolf form. So its effect will kick in whatever it does. So now all of a sudden it could ×2 your skill effect. So now if your skill with melee is 4 or 5, so instead of it being like 4 strength here plus 5, now it's like 10. So now you're doing like 15 damage per swipe. Like every swipe you're doing like fucking 14 damage. That's a lot. So it's like, holy crap. You're basically one-hitting people. Big jumps is a good one. We'll put that. Player moves twice as many tiles. I still haven't done the movement. How do players move? I haven't done that yet. I really should. So, what do we think the movement should be? I'm thinking movement would be like tiles. So you just roll the dice. And if it's a 4, then you move 4 tiles. If it's a 1, you move 1 tile. And if you're a werewolf, you can roll 2 dice. Yeah. So instead of rolling 1 dice, you're rolling 2 because you have big jumps. So being a werewolf will be very scary. Or wolf form, my bad. Wolf form, not werewolf. So if you're fighting an enemy who's a mutant and they have wolf form, your mages and your assassins who are using bows and shit, they're gonna have a bad time because it's gonna close the gap really fast. It's gonna be, oh wow, I see a wolf down the canyon. Now it's like in your face. Holy shit. As I said, Nosgoth is supposed to be very unforgiving. I should probably do that. Movement. Um, in Legacy of Kain, no. Wolves are not able to call other wolves into battle. Um, let's put something that would reduce your movement. How about slug? I'm gonna do slug. Sluggish. I'm gonna do this. There's gonna be slug and there's gonna be sluggish. Because there's actually mutants in Nosgoth that are like giant human snails, and they're really slow. So we're gonna have slug, which is those they have like they slither around on this nasty mucus foot, and they're really slow. So they get -1 to movement. So if they roll a 6, they're moving 5. If they roll a 1, they're not moving at all. Are you guys liking this so far? I'm enjoying this. This is great. Like, we're coming up with really creative issues that can happen. I didn't type in here. Okay, there it is. During combat phase, whoever does it comes first. I should bolden this. During combat phase, whoever has higher perception goes first. Pays to be a Rahabim, because Rahabim get that +2 perception. And now sluggish. Personal. A dimwit who shuffles along, barely conscious cautious. I'm just gonna put that sluggish, a dimwit, someone who's a dumbass. Thirst. I'm not sure how I would do a vampire thirst mechanic. So let's think about this. In the Legacy of Kain video games, it's about like I would say like every 10 minutes your your life goes down by 1 because you're hungry, you want to drink blood or souls in Raziel's case. So the thing is that I don't want it to be too debilitating, but I want it to exist. And like if you let someone's thirst reach all the way 0, like in Kain, it just stays where his life is at like a sliver of HP. Like it's literally that thin. Out of his huge, humongous bar, it just stays there. It doesn't go lower. It doesn't kill him. It's just he's extremely easy to kill. So what could we do? I want to say like if you have the thirst debuff, you have 1 endurance, which means you have 2 HP, which is basically nothing. You're fucked. But I want to say, how do you get it? Like, how long do you have to play and not drink blood for you to get that trait? That's the issue, right? Like, how long should our players play before they suffer debuffs? Jesus. What are you guys thinking? Are you guys thinking it should be like a real time event? So, like, if you and your players are playing, then every 20 minutes or every 10 minutes of real world time, the players lose 1 endurance if they have not drank any blood in that time. Wouldn't it affect their mental state or make them more primal or feral? No. We don't really see in Legacy of Kain something like that happening. We see Janos Audrin in Blood Omen 2 when he has no blood. Like literally all the blood is sucked out of his body. He turns into that horrendous monster, but he's still fully conscious. Like he's still fully with it. Because he talks to Kain and he's fully with it. He's not gonna attack you willy nilly. That could just be because he's Janos Audrin and he's just intelligent, or whatever the case may be. But how am I gonna do that? Because it definitely needs to be in the game, just so that way players are punished for being a vampire. And that just comes with the harsh realities of the game. So it makes it where if the players are going to travel a long distance, it encourages them to have a blood mage with them. Because if on their journey, like let's say they're going into Dark Eden territory, Dark Eden is full of mutants. None of that blood is going to be drinkable. You're going to poison yourself if you keep drinking their blood. You can only get so lucky before you end up poisoned. And if you're poisoned, you're going to take wounds. And you're still going to be thirsty. So that's where a blood mage could be very, very useful. He can remove the poison from the blood, but there's going to be less blood to go around. Like if you kill a giant beast, instead of having enough blood as a human would have that could fill up your HP 100% of the way, it's only going to give you half. So you can fill up 5 HP bars. That's not a bad idea either, is make it where using magic in fighting makes you suffer thirst. So every time you fight, you have to drink blood. But I feel like that would be too easy because if you win the fight, hey, you got blood, you know? So I'm going to do it on a time-based thing. I think that's the only way to reasonably do it. So if I'm hosting a game, I'm going to have a timer with me. I should write down the rules. But I'm scared it's going to fuck up this page, because this page is beautifully set the way this page is done. But we should have it here that the game master will need a timer. Reasons explained down below. Alright, let's see. Did it ruin my beautiful page? It absolutely did not. Yes! Awesome. Awesome. Okay, cool. I really like that beautiful page. The issue is with a lot of your guys' suggestions about the thirst mechanic is that I'm noticing you guys are kind of using other sources for Legacy of Kain. Like in Legacy of Kain, there is a moment where Kain is pretty like deprived of blood. This is Blood Omen. And he doesn't look like shit. But Janos Audron does, and it's because he turns into a monster. We don't know why, by the way, that happened. That's just kind of like random. But it would explain Melchiah. It would explain Zephon. It would explain Terrell. Why do they look like monsters? Whereas Rahab and Duma, they still look relatively normal. Like they're still deformed, but they look relatively normal because they probably have frequent blood. So I'm gonna put that, yeah. I'm gonna highlight that it's a vampire trait. Only vampires get this. Every 30 minutes. If no blood is around to drink, the players take -1 endurance. Extreme thirst. I'm gonna put this as like a bracket. I mean, not a bracket, but like tabbed. So it's like a special thing for this. Okay. Extreme thirst. If no blood is drinked and the player has reached 1 endurance point, then they also take minus. We'll just do -2 to charisma. Yeah, -2 to charisma. -2 to strength. And -2 to perception. High chance. I want to say high chance to attack allies uncontrollably. So the game master rolls a dice every so often, whenever he feels like, and you have to do a I don't want to say endurance check, but you just have to do a check, like a normal check. Are you going to resist attacking your own allies or attacking randomly? I'm gonna put that specifically, like game master decides when this happens and frequency. So let's say the game master, whoever this is. Oh no, I don't mind. I don't mind. As I said, don't stop talking. Keep giving me ideas. Do not stop. But I'm gonna leave this as like game master decides when this happens in frequency. So that way it's up to the game master, if you trust him, if you think he's got a good grab on the Legacy of Kain lore, he may decide, you know what? If Amelkahim is suffering extreme thirst, he's gonna suffer more than -2 charisma. It might be like -4 because now all that skin is sloughing off. And I should put chance to randomly attack allies and foes, and chance to lose traits. Yep. So let's say you're a Melkahim and you have the thick skin trait because you found a monster and you put it on you. Well, if you're extremely thirsty, The game master may decide, okay, I'm going to roll the dice to see if that skin falls off of you. So now you permanently lose that trait because it fell off. Or it could be something else. Like it could be you're a melee dude and you usually use wolf form very frequently. You tend to be a wolf form guy over and over again. Well, the game master may decide you're extremely thirsty. I'm going to roll the dice to see if you temporarily lose the ability to focus your mind and become a wolf. So now you have to fight to find blood without what you've been using the entire game. Yikes, you know? But once you drink blood, you'll get your wolf form back. I'm going to leave that to the game masters. Whoever's running your show, he's going to be the one who's going to be determining this shit. That is going to suck for some people. Yeah, I'm going to add Frenzy. I got you, boo. I accidentally just hit full screen. There we go. I'm going to add Frenzy, but I'm not putting it as... Actually, you know what? Yeah, I am. I'm going to leave it as a personal trait. Not as a... inherent. Because in Legacy of Kain, there is no creature in the entire universe, in all the video games. There's not a single creature that you come across that attacks its own kind. In fact, in Legacy of Kain universe, it seems like the only creatures that attack their own kind are sapient creatures. So vampires, Hilden, and humans. Isn't that fucking funny? So I'm gonna make this a personal trait. I still would actually like to play this. I actually would love to play this. Get a bunch of people together. Hey, if you subscribers want to join my Discord, which is in the description of this live stream, and I made a post about it, you can join anytime. We'll set up a game lobby in the Discord, and then that way we're able to talk. And that way I can actually mute you guys, so that way no one talks over me when I'm hosting the game or whoever's hosting the game. Because I may decide that we're all in the thing and I'll have one guy be the host and then I'll just be a player with you guys because, hey, this sounds fun. But we could do this, yeah. And we'll just have live streams like this, but just for us. Fuck everyone else. I don't care if we don't get 1,000 views. This is fun for us. So don't forget to join Discord. Please, please, please do not forget to join Discord. Frenzy. Chance to attack friend or foes alike. If fails, dice roll. If attacking a foe, will only attack martially. Actually, no. All attacks will be martial, so you will be attacking them with either a sword or your claws. So if you're a mage and you have Frenzy, you're fucked, because you're going to be attacking. If you fail a dice roll, you're going to be attacking with your claws or whatever. So just keep that in mind. That's fine. Yeah. There's a 30-second delay on purpose, so that way the stream doesn't lag. That's fine. So if you have Frenzy, you have a chance to attack friend or foes alike if you fail the dice roll. All attacks will be martial. If you attack a foe, the player will do 2 separate attacks, but will not get a second attack if they succeed with an instant success or a crit success. And you remember, all the way at the top, if you have like no debuffs or whatever, or you have -1 debuff, you could get an instant success or a crit success. But if you have positives, like you actually are a warrior and you actually are good at melee, then you could get a crit or a legendary hit twice. But that is it. Normally, if you get a crit or a legendary hit or a successful hit, an instant success, you can go again. Not this one. So this could be a good thing if you're not good with your weapon. So let's say you do suck martially attacking somebody, and you very rarely roll a success. Well, hey, you get 2 free hits even though you didn't get an instant success. So if you're playing a Rahabim, or if you're playing a Melkahim, and you suck, but you want to be a melee warrior, you would want to have Frenzy, because you will get guaranteed 2 separate attacks. So you could do 2 actions at the same time. That's one way you could play the game to your system. That would be actually really interesting, because Rahabim has like -2 chance of let me show it. So if you're a Rahabim, you have a higher chance of failing martial attempts. So you have -2. Well, now, if you have -2, and you have shitty strength and shitty skill, then you will be right here, -2 or -3. And this is like the start of your character. It is going to be impossible for you to have an instant success. It's going to be very hard for you to even pass. But if you do, you get 2 hits, which is nice. That's nice. So that's one thing you could do for your character creation, is you may decide you just want Frenzy. That's a very unique way of playing. And then, you know, as you get better and better in the game, it doesn't turn into a bad thing at all, because like as your character levels up and you get better and better, now you're removing the debuffs that you've got for being a Rahabim or for being a whatever. As you level up and specialize your character, this trait is now a good thing. Alright, let's remove and report this character. I don't know why, but I noticed that my live streams tend to attract AIs, like bots, actual AI bots. And they just come in here and they're like, oh, check out this hot titty MILF. And then it's like, dude, you're so obviously a bot. Delete. I always report them and delete them off my channel. They're the only people's comments I get rid of. So just letting you know, if you're like hella toxic, I will never get rid of your comments because I just find it funny as fuck. But if you're an AI, definitely deleting your comments. I should probably put that in the character creation. Or okay. This is going to be interesting. Okay, so what I just changed was I made it where everyone starts with stats of 5 unless specified by a clan. Like, Melkahim has -2 charisma. So anytime they talk to somebody, it's going to be very hard for them to get like good rewards or to impress them or to just have a good reputation. It's hard for them to make friends, basically. So players are allowed to put 1 point into a stat, or they can take a trait for -1 stat. I'm not going to specify what kind of trait because it could be inherent, like your guy just has tough skin. Okay. But this is going to be interesting. Or you could just do like a custom character who has like barbs. So your character has like spikes on his skin. And you'll just say it's he was just a human who was found in the waste with a weird mutation. And despite his mutation, he's become very successful, so that's why he was turned into a vampire. Whatever your personal creation is, I don't care. But I'm going to do this. So you may have 5 in all your stats. Like if you're a Duma him, you don't suffer any stats, buffs or debuffs. But if you take a trait as a Duma him, you will have 5 in all stats and 4 in one of them. So of course, a lot of people will probably choose charisma. A lot of people will probably just dump charisma. Like if I was a Melkahim and I want to be a warrior or an assassin, I might just say, yeah, -1 on my charisma, so now I have like 2 charisma. It's ass. No one likes me. But I get a trait like frenzy, so now I can double hit with daggers all the time. Yeah, like that too. It could be well for someone who wants to play a berserking type character. Like someone may want to play as a berserking Torellum who just charges into the melee and pummels into a bunch of enemies. And he may decide to take -1 to his intelligence. After all, he's not going to be using it. But he may still need his perception because perception gives you a chance to start first, whereas everyone else may start later. So you may just be this berserking Torellum who charges into the melee, grabbing fuckers by their throat, crushing their skulls, and you have frenzy. So you're doing like double attacks, grab, 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 just beating the shit out of everybody. So again, it comes with a drawback, but on the plus side, you get a trait for free. Not really for free, you had to sacrifice a trait. So it's going to be this delicate balance where you could be very skilled and have shitty traits, but you are very successful because of your skill. Or you have amazing stats and you're not really too good with your skills, but that doesn't matter because your hardcore stats are just fucking amazing. Like a Torellum may have shitty skill with a blade, but he's so strong he doesn't need it. So we'll keep frenzy the way that is. But as I'm saying, I'm leaving a lot of this up to the players, and we may have to make a we may have to later on add like a list of traits you can't take. like spectral. You can't take that because that only is if you're dead, Or mutant. You can't be a mutant because you're a vampire. You can be a human who has a mutation like this, but a mutant in Nosgoth is a very specific species. I was like, that's an actual species. That's not something you can just be. Like enigmatic mind would be interesting, especially if you're playing as a Zephonim, because it actually matches. A Zephonim is very deranged individual. They kind of have like split personalities because they're spies. So you would be a master manipulator who's hard to be manipulated. So against other Zephonim, you're pretty good because they have a hard time controlling you, whereas you have an easy time controlling them. That would be interesting. So what are we thinking? What are some other traits? Come on, guys. What are some good traits? I'm gonna put. I'm gonna put bomber. Yeah, I'm gonna put bomb throwing. I'm not gonna put guns, but I am gonna put bomb throwing. So like a person who has high intelligence would probably become a bomber because they can craft bombs and they can use them without having to worry about skill checks. Because if you don't have the bomber trait, you have to pass skill checks to make sure you don't blow yourself up when you're creating a bomb. And as a bomber, you still need to do a skill check to throw the bomb, but you have a +2 for throwing it. So actually attacking with a bomb, you do much better. And I believe I have bomb as a cunning, if I recall correctly. I'm trying to remember if I did have a list of what. Oh, I did. It's a ranged proficiency. That was the key. It's ranged. You're right, we forgot Hilden. Demons, too. Hilden. Inherents. I'm gonna put species. Yeah, let's do that. Species. That's just better. Mutant is a species. Vampire is a species. Able to use disarm. I'm gonna just say use and creates glyph and glyph magics. Able to summon demons, because that is what they do. Can pass through glyphs unharmed. Humans. I'm gonna say humans have 4 in all stats instead of 5. There we go. So as humans, I put it where their stats are weaker than vampires. But again, you're a fledgling vampire, so you're very slightly above humans, but not by much. And humans are crafty and able to work as a team, so they get +1 to actions when another human is present. So, if a human is a Seraphan, he already has +2 chance when he takes an action against a vampire. But now with another Seraphan next to him, it's +3. And what does +3 mean? He is definitely going to hit you. And when he hits you, it is going to suck. See? There's no chance of him failing. But now he has a chance to legendary hit. And if he legendary hits, you're pretty fucked. You're going to take well over 15 hit points of damage. You're going to get hurt badly. So you're more encouraged to either manipulate them or something. But outright combat is not going to work. So it makes it where Seraphan are actually really scary. Wouldn't you guys like that? Humans are actually scary because you're a fledgling vampire. And this also makes it too where any Seraphan you do encounter, they're like these roaming samurai. Seraphan Order is pretty much destroyed. There's no human city left. But the humans that are around, they're not to be fucked with. They may be seeing a world that they've lost, but there's a reason they're alive, and it's because the world hasn't killed them yet. So if you're going to kill a Seraphan, good luck. Now on the flip side, if a human, like a Seraphan, is fighting alongside a Hilden, he will not get that +1 action, because it's not another human. It's a Seraphan. I mean, it's a Hilden. So that's an interesting way to make it. Again, if the players are aware of the rules of the game, they'll be like, wait a second. why is the Seraphon doing legendary crits on me when he can't? Because it's a Hilden species, not a human. He's like the only human here. That's the trick. You have to know your shit. And this is what I mean by like, if someone has a Seraphon and he's your final boss and he's got like 2 shitty Seraphon servants next to him, you better watch out. Because those shitty servants may not do anything, but they are buffing him by being around. And it makes you really want to pay attention where it's like, does this Seraphon boss who's kicking our ass, does he know how to swim? And throw his ass in the water. So I do like that. Marksman, we'll add marksman as a thing. We'll make marksman not apply to bombs. So it applies to range proficiency. So ranged attacks do work, but it doesn't apply to bombs. So if you're using a bomb, it doesn't work. Frontliner. I'll just put Tyrant. Tyrant / champion. I want to say yeah. So here we go. Here's a trait that you can learn. I notice I call it a tyrant because that's what in the video game Nosgoth, that's what the Terrellum is known as a tyrant or a champion. You can call yourself either one. If you're a human, you'll probably call yourself a champion, a Seraphon champion. But if you're a vampire, you'll probably call yourself a tyrant. One or the other. But you're the leader of the group, which gives you -1 wounds to received allies. So if your ally is damaged, he takes 1 less wound. So if he ever gets hit and he takes 10 damage, he takes 9. Congrats, you're not dead. You're hanging on by a fucking thread. Congrats. You get +2 to movement. So if you roll a 6, you move 8 tiles. And debuffs enemy movement by 1. So any enemy that's fighting you can't just rush past you and go straight to your team. This is more for like a tank. So this way enemies are slightly slower and they can't just rush to your back line. If they're a wolf, they still might be able to rush, but at least it's a debuff. We're going to do mage traits next. Yep. I was thinking about adding classes or perks to the game, but if I do that, I want it to be unique. Like, how do I put it? So let's say I'm playing a Rahabim. I mean, not a Rahabim, a Zephanim, right? So I'm playing a Zephanim. I have a high chance to fail martial attempts. So anything that's melee proficiency, which is weapons, ranged proficiency, which is like bows, arrows, throwing daggers, whatever. I mean, not throwing daggers, because throwing daggers is actually specifically cunning. But whatever. I was wondering if I should put like a class in the game, like a skill. No, a class, not a skill. A class that you could choose later on, and it gives you perks. Like, you could be a duelist. And a duelist is only available if you have 6 cunning or higher. I mean, not 6 cunning. 3 or 4 cunning. We'll do 4. 4 cunning. So 4 cunning or higher, you can become a duelist. And what that does is it makes it where all martial attacks are considered cunning attacks. So now whenever you attack with a sword, it's not considered a cunning attack. It's considered a martial. So now this higher chance of martial attempts is gone. You don't have to worry about that anymore. And now you don't have to keep using daggers. You can use a sword if you want. Or you could just use your claws and just rip someone to shreds. So I was thinking about stuff like that, like putting classes in the game, but you can only get those classes when you've leveled up to level 4, which is like halfway to the max level in this game, because the max level is 8. So you have to be skilled at something, and you have to earn that class. Like, the class has requirements. You have to be a certain level to be there. You know what I mean? So what are you guys thinking? That sounds good? I think it sounds good. I was just checking my messages. Sorry about that. What system am I considering using? I already said that this is going to be like our own unique system for this role play D&D style tabletop. Like, we created all these rules. All of them. So since we created all this, we're just expanding upon it. Oh, D6, yes, yes. So here's how we'll do classes. In the world of Nosgoth, there are classes the players can pick up. These classes are unlocked halfway into the game. Classes have requirements and come with special perks that override certain game mechanics. If requirements are not met and the player wants to hold off choosing a class, that is fine. It is their choice. Strictly vampire, yes. It would be fun to create a world of Nosgoth as a human, but right now I just want to get the game out as a vampire. We'll expand that stuff later. Kind of consider it like a DLC, if you would. Subscribe to my channel, get more people here, and pay me some money. We'll get that done. We'll do a DLC just for you about how to do humans in the world of Nosgoth. We already have human traits, human classes, and human origins and human clans. We'll work on that. We will work on it. Gotta advertise my channel. I'm financial like that. Sorry guys. So classes are listed below. You see, we kind of messed up because we put Tyrant here. I think I'm going to get rid of that and just have you as a champion. And we'll put Tyrant as a class as a tie-in to Nosgoth, the video game. Let's see, is the video game actually here? No, it's not. Okay, cool. Nosgoth classes. Reaver, Tyrants, Deceivers, Sentinels. Okay. There's no Rahabim. Okay. Oh, Summoners. Okay. Unspecified Rahabim class. And there's nothing. Cool. Okay. I guess Rahabim can be called Lurkers. Because they're always like assassins, I guess. Either way, you do not have to be this vampire clan to be this. That's the thing. That is the big thing. These classes are chosen because you've met the requirements, not because of your clan. That has nothing to do with it. So let's just write it down. Reavers. Reaver, Tyrants, Summoner, Sentinel. I'm going to make Sentinel the healer class just because, again, these classes are not tied to the clans. I'm using them just as a callback to Nosgoth, the video game. I'm not using them the way that they are in the video game. Totally different. Deceivers. And then lurkers. Lurker. Reaver. Again, we're not going to use what they do in the game as what they do in here. It's just, it's like an Easter egg, if you would. It's like a callback or a trivia to Nosgoth. So Reaver. We're going to make Reaver more like our damage. Like, you just come in the fight and you just kick ass. A Tyrant is more of a tank. So you're going to be... you're going to be more interesting. I'm going to make Deceiver our duelist class. Like, you can 1v1 people very, very well. Sentinel, we're going to make the healer class. Yeah, the Nosgoth video game, it's unique. I'll put terms like that. It's unique. We're not gonna use that. We're not gonna use that. That's why I just want the names just for like trivia. So Sentinel healer class provides +2 healing on top of healing provided. Can now remove poison from tainted blood without losing half the blood amounts. That's actually really nice. And so we had it before where if you had tainted blood, like a mutant's blood, to cure it so that way you could drink it, it'd only be half. That's not that good, especially if you have 4 vampires who all are competing for blood and you have only half the amount from killing some nasty mutant and you all need healing. Sentinel, you no longer remove half the blood. You still keep it. What's another buff we can add to it so that way the class is actually really unique? How about can use magic or intelligence to create blood potions. So to create a blood potion, it would usually take intelligence. But with this class, it could be magic or intelligence. So you could be a mage who just takes up Sentinel class. requirements to be a sentinel. Must have 6 intelligence. I want to say almost 7, but 6 is fine. 6 intelligence, 6 magic. And let's add a quest. Like you had to have done an action somehow. Let's make it where it's actually cultivated by the player. So if the player really wants to be a certain class, they have to complete the requirements, which could be a quest. In this case, I'm going to say healed others. How about instead of healed, brought vampires back to life 4 times. So you had to resurrect a vampire 4 times. So if your teammates got downed, or if you and your teammates came across a battle zone and you see a bunch of like vampires lying dead on the floor, you could just start rezzing those guys left and right. Because after all, they're not dead unless they've been burned, water damaged, or whatever. So you can essentially raise all these people to life, and that completes your quest. Let's do that. That. Alright, Reaver. Reaver, we want it to be more of a... What are we looking for a Reaver? We're looking for someone who maybe does extra damage. Or one of you said spirit damage, and I said no, I'm an idiot. That's actually not a bad idea. So let's have it where the Reaver, so when it comes to calculating damage, normally a Reaver would be doing a martial attack like this, which is his skill plus his strength plus whatever items he's got. So if he's attacking with a with an iron axe, that's 1 extra damage. Plus his skill, he may have plus 6 skill with melee proficiency. So now that's plus 3 because skill plus 3, there you go. Plus his strength, and he may have 6 strength or 7 strength, so now he's got like 3 or 4 damage. All that plus magic. And that's how we'll calculate the spirit damage. So as he's swinging, magic is emanating from his blade or from his claws, but it's only his martial attacks can add the magic to it. Costs him nothing, but it just adds on to it. There we go. I want to say provides magic into damage and defense calculations. And for some reason I misspelled magic. So that's all it does. It just basically gives you more damage to work with. I think that's fine. We're not going to add anything like ignores armor or whatever. No, 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 no. This is a lot of damage already. We're good. Now, what's a requirement? I'm thinking you have to kill a lot. Actually, we could have it where you killed a spectral creature and were resurrected. So this would be a class you have to die to get. So it could actually be one of the harder classes to get. This could be a very hard class because it's good. It buffs the shit out of you. And even if you were a Torellum or whatever, you actually would probably want to be a Reaver. Because now when someone hits you with a crossbow or whatever, not only are you doing your endurance plus your traits plus your armor, but now you're adding magic to the mix. So now you're taking even less damage. And it's like, wow. And then even if you're going to attack them, you're doing way more damage too. So in order to debuff this, you have to have really crazy requirements to get it. So you have to have killed a few spectral creatures. So that means you have to die a few times. So people who are going to become Reavers are probably people who are doing crazy builds like Amelkahim or Zephanim or Rahabim or Razielim warriors. They're probably going to be Reavers because it's easier for them to get it. We could do Tyrant Rage. Is that actually part of the game? Because I kind of don't want to do that if that's the case. Doesn't say. So let's do that. Let's do strength 6, endurance. We're not going to do an endurance. We're just going to do a quest. Your strength has to be 6, and must kill actually we're gonna make it where magic stat 5, so you have to have a magic stat of 5 because there's magic stat and magic skill. Oh no, wait, no, there's not. Ooh. So we're just going to add the magic. I keep thinking it was a stat, but it's not. It's a skill. I don't know why I kept thinking it was. So this 6 is going to be impossible. It should be 4. Because mind you, if you're rank 4, level 4, that means you put 4 points into magic, which is fine. So this one, we're just going to have it where magic skill has to be 2. Not crazy, just 2. So you have a little bit of magic. Very, very little. Intelligence has to be 5. I agree with you, Vola. I agree with you. Has to be 5. And now for the quest. You have to kill a bunch of spectral creatures. So I'm going to put has to kill 4 spectral creatures, 4 slog. Or do you think that's too many? Because mind you, you're going to take a lot of damage. And in order to do it, you have to die. So you could, if you trust your teammates, ask them to kill you and bring you back to life. If you trust them. But if you do that, when you die, I would move you into a separate Discord chat, and I'm going to bounce back and forth between the 2 Discord chats, so that way they don't know what's going on in the spirit realm. Because why would they? How would they know? Unless they're a summoner. If they're a summoner, I'm going to put it where they can communicate and figure out what's going on. Yeah, I'm going to keep it actually a pretty high number. Defeats 5 spectral creatures. So yeah, I'm going to keep it high. Because again, this is going to be a really good class to get. But it's going to be hard. So you may be level 4 and you're like, shit, I really want to be a Reaver. I'll wait until I meet the requirements. And the reward is there. More protection and more damage? Fuck yeah. Now as a Tyrant, I'm trying to think for a Tyrant because we already have Champion, where you get +2 to movement and you debuff enemy movement. So I'm thinking with the Tyrant, you can lock somebody down. Like they can only attack you for the next 5 turns, which is not going to really work because fights are supposed to be kind of quick because of how deadly everything is. So 5 turns is basically like stun lock. That guy cannot attack anybody. Yeah, I know. I don't know shit about D&D either. So all of this that we're doing right now is by the skin of our teeth. We have no idea what we're doing. I did post this on a Reddit that was for Dungeons and Dragons, and I was like, hey, I made a homebrew. And only one person commented to help me out, and that was it. So, Tyrant. Let's actually do Summoner first, because I had that one thought in my head. Conjurer creates allies through necromancy. Summon magic gets +2. And can now communicate and aid spirits of fallen players. There we go. That is really good. So, as a summoner, you can raise allies through necromancy, and your summon magic has a higher chance of succeeding. And if you crit, you summon more skeletons. But you can also now communicate and aid the dead. So if one of your players dies, you can join in the Discord chat and talk to him and say, buddy, what's going on right now? And he may be saying, I'm struggling against this slog. I need help. And you'll be like, okay, I got you. And he can cast a spell to help the fallen player. Like he can cast just whatever spell you can think of on the top of your head. Like you can cast a rejuvenation spell or whatever that makes a spirit stronger. Normally you would do that on your skeletons to buff them, but instead you're doing it on your fallen player because the healer cannot get to him right now. We're kind of busy. But also you can help them out by like doing other things too, like telling them a weakness or whatever to the slog, or actually let's do this. When you die, you get -2 perception, which sucks because that means that spectral creatures will have like 5 perception or whatever. They will attack first all the time. But now, the summoner, when you die around him, you don't get that debuff. You do not get -2 perception. Your perception stays the same. So you may be able to attack first if your perception's higher than the spectral creatures. So you may be able to attack them first instead of you. And yeah, this is going to make the summoner like fucking amazing for teams, especially if you're having a very difficult playthrough. Like you guys just keep dying over and over again and have to keep being revived over and over again. This buys your healer a lot of time, and this also buys your clan chances of becoming reavers. I'll make it where every turn, so after you do an action and then the enemy does an action, the turn is over. Every turn, you rejuvenate 1 hit point in the spirit realm. We'll do 2 hit points. Requirements to be a summoner. Very obvious. You have to be a mage. I want to say 7 intelligence. I don't know why I typed have to have. 7 intelligence. How much HP do you have in the spectral realm after dying in the material realm? I'm treating it the same as the Soul Reaver games, where if you die in there, you have full HP in the spirit realm. I think that was in Soul Reaver 1, or maybe it was in Soul Reaver 2. But it was one of those games where if you died, or maybe it was Legacy of Kain Defiance. I can't remember. But either way, I'm going to make it where you're full HP, just because you just lost a fight, and now you're going to get attacked again, and you can't heal, you can't use items, you can't use anything, unless you're a Melka him. Like, damn, that sucks. Like, where did we put it? Ignore spectral trait debuffs. Yeah. So only Melkahim can use weapons and items and shit in the spirit realm. Everyone else can't. So Melkahim could probably become a Reaver warrior very easily, whereas everyone else would have a very fucking difficult time. That would be interesting too. I'm going to make this very specific. Can raise recently killed enemy to fight the current battle. And the reason why I'm doing that is because I don't want somebody to kill like a legendary Seraphan general and then go, okay, he's mine forever now. So now you have this fucking boss with you all the time. No. We're going to do just simply a recently killed enemy. So let's say it's a Seraphan general and you're fighting him and he's just kicking your ass. But you and your team are singling him out because if you can kill him, you can resurrect him to fight the like 15 Seraphan guys guarding him, which is much easier than fighting those 15 guys and then tackling the boss. This is where a summoner could be very, very handy. I just don't want to do lowest level enemies because I already have situations in my head where like it could be a Seraphan who's really powerful and he's rallying a bunch of peasants. And if you just kill those peasants, it's going to be a waste of a turn because resurrecting a peasant is like fucking useless. Whereas if you just do the last enemy killed, you have to pay very close attention to who killed what. So in other words, if you killed the boss, but now one of your allies goes next before you can cast a resurrection on him, and he doesn't keep that in his mind and he kills a weakling, you and everyone in your team can look at him and be like, really, dude, you just fucked up everything. You could have just drank a health potion. You could have just walked over towards me. You could have done anything else, but you fucked it up by killing some lowly peasant. Like that's what I'm thinking of. The Reaver sounds a little too OP to be easy. That's why I'm making it difficult. Like you really have to die a lot, but not only die a lot, but you have to die and reliably expect to be resurrected. And mind you, you may have a team that doesn't have a summoner, so now you have no protection. And then magic's a skill. So magic, I want to make it like 5. I want to make summoner like a really high level class that you can't get at level 4. just so that way people don't rush a summoner, just so that way they can rush Reavers. I really want to make it like 6. So that means you have to be basically level 6 to get this. Unless you're doing something specific like a like you're doing a Melkahim and you take a trait to buff your magic. That would be one of the ways to like speed run it to get summoner really quickly, is to do a trait. Yeah. I love that, Vola. Yeah. Really, dude, you could have held your turn. Now we're fucked. Now we can't resurrect the boss. So you need 6 magic. I'm gonna put as a requirement, you must have died at least once. No, not once. I'll put 2 times. At least twice. Unless you are a Melkahim. Okay. Okay. Here is the requirements to be a summoner, because it's really powerful. You need a 7 intelligence, which is easy for Melkahim because you already start off with 7. 6 magic, that's more late game, because you need to be like level 6 basically, or level 5 to get that, not 4. You unlock this by 5. You must have died twice, unless you are a Melkahim. You've already died twice. But besides that, everybody, including a Melkahim, has to have successfully raised a skeleton 4 times. And skeleton's gonna be like your most basic fucking spell. So yeah, you will get that. So this is why I'm doing this, instead of just doing like some spin-off or some custom rules for like World of Darkness or Warhammer or anything. Look at what you're saying, right? Like, look at what you're saying. This is unique. This is innovative. This sounds interesting. It's just, can we get people to play it? Whereas no other thing would I be able to create this scenarios, create these universes, whatever. So a tyrant. We're gonna make it where a tyrant gains more armor. Geez, what are we trying to think? Like, we want this to be the tank. So, tank. Warrior. Gains thick skin traits. So this class, you actually get a trait, which is the thick skin, which we already got here. +2 endurance, +1 armor. So you're going to have a lot of HP. Every turn in combat, player receives 1 armor. Yeah, Jesus, that boy. That boy just loves to be commenting. He's like, tough skin, thick skin, bone plate. So you just receive 1 armor. Resets upon death. Or finished fight. So if you die in the middle of the fight, your armor goes back to whatever its base is. And then when you start a fight in the spirit realm, every turn it goes up 1. So if you die, your armor goes back down. But if you finish the fight and you win or you retreated or whatever, your armor goes back down too. So this is one of those things where if you do have a long fight and you just keep dodging or the enemy keeps failing to hit you or you just have so much HP that no one can fucking bring you down because you're just a fucking monster, you're just going to keep getting tankier and tankier. You're like the Hulk. You're just getting madder and madder. But you're not going to affect your damage. It's going to be just strictly defense. So requirements. Requirements to be a tyrant. Endurance 7. I'm going to say endurance 7. I'm going to say endurance 7 and either melee or melee proficiency. So in order to be a tyrant by level 4, you must have put all your points for your skills into melee or melee proficiency, and then have 2 endurance to your already stat 5 endurance. You will get the thick skin trait, which is good. So now you have like 9 endurance. 9 times 2 is 18 hit points. That's quite a bit. And then +1 armor. So whatever armor you're wearing, plus another one to that. And as we could see here, oh yeah, I forgot to put the tree trait. We could put tree traits in the game. Take half damage from piercing attacks. But and then yeah, we didn't really put armor in the game, but we will. Armor is going to be much like items, so it's going to be like 1, 2, 3. It's not going to be a lot because if you look at the way vampires dress, they don't wear a lot of armor. They're pretty naked, and so are the humans most of the time, except for the Seraphan and the Hilden. The Seraphan and the Hilden wear like thick fucking plates of armor. That's actually not a bad idea. Tyrants can wield super heavy gear. Super heavy gear such as dual wielding great swords. Oh yeah. So this is the class you would want to be if you want to dual wield like 2 giant great swords or 2 giant battle axes or 2 giant war hammers, whatever. This is the class. And here we go. Turns melee proficiency at 5. And must have taken damage. At least I'm going to say 15 hit points of damage, which really isn't that much. So think about it. If you win a fight and you lost half your HP and you heal, you're already 1/3 the way there. So now in another fight, you lose half your HP, heal. Or in another fight, you lose your half HP and heal. You already met the requirements. Congratulations, you could be a tyrant. Or, let's say you're playing a fight, you're doing your battle, you're playing as a Terellum. Terellum has +1 endurance. So you get 6 times 2, which is 12. You die in the battle. But thankfully, your team wins and they resurrect you. You've already taken 12 hit points of damage. Material realm. I'm going to specify that in the material realm. So you need to take damage when you're alive, not when you're dead. If you die and you take damage, that does not count. It's only when you're alive that this counts. So yeah, this isn't that bad. You could actually get there pretty significantly fast. What is up with all the bots? Just keep reporting them. Like, I keep seeing bots. Okay, a deceiver. The lurker is the custom one. That's the Rahabim. We're gonna get to that. So deceiver. Deceiver is the Zephanim, and they're the ones who like control people. So deceiver, we're gonna make them. We're gonna make them where they're duelists, like they can attack you in melee, with a sword or an axe, whatever, or even their claws. But it's not considered a martial attack. It's considered cunning. Because Zephanim get +2 to cunning. So this is more in their territory. That's what we'll do. That's a good one. They can either go invisible or look like they're enemies. That's actually really good. So if a deceiver has some magic, he can go invisible. But if a deceiver just has a lot of cunning, he can just pass off as one of his enemies. I'm gonna put attacks, ignore. I want to say attacks, ignore armor. So now you're doing like 3+ extra damage, which doesn't sound like much, but then again, armor isn't really much. Attacks, ignore armor, gains ability to disguise as an enemy through a cunning check. And can now use magic. Must have. We'll put this in parentheses. Must be magic skill of 3 to go invisible. I want to make invisibility really, really good to the point that a lot of people who go for Deceiver really do invest in magic later on. So they're kind of like shitty mages. But the reason why they're doing it is because invisibility is so fucking good. Because I don't want to put invisibility in a class and everyone's going to look at it and be like, well, it doesn't provide me anything, so I'm not going to use it. You know what I mean? Like, all of these classes provide something that you're definitely going to want to use if you get it. Like, there's a reason you're getting this class, and it's not for the fucking title. It's because of what it gives. So what should we do for invisibility? Invisibility allows... Because cunning is based on perception. That's an interesting idea. Invisibility allows cunning attacks to not have perception divided by 2. So now you're doing a buttload of fucking damage. Invisibility changes, cunning attacks to perception plus skill plus item effects. So now instead of your perception being like 7 divided by 2 and rounded down, so now it's like what is it? Let me whip out a calculator. It's like midnight. I'm not good at math right now. 7 divided by 2, 3.5. So it's 4 damage. Now you're doing 7. Instead of 4, you're doing 7. And it gets higher the more higher your perception gets. Like 7 perception versus 8 perception, you're still at 4 damage for your perception skill alone. But now, with the Deceiver, you're doing 8 damage. That's crazy. So requirements to be a Deceiver. Okay, to be a Deceiver, I want it to be like you've actually betrayed somebody at some point who considered you an ally. So first, let's do perception of 7. Nope, perception of 6. We'll keep it low. Cunning of 4. Magic of 3, so that way you don't suffer debuffs. Must be. I'm not going to put the magic requirement because I want it to be like an option that you could still be a Deceiver who doesn't use magic, but you're more incentivized to learn magic once you become a Deceiver because you're like, wait, I have only half of my class's abilities. That's why. And invisibility will be worth it. No, I want Arachnid Reflex to kind of be like its own thing. Requirements must have betrayed / manipulated, deceived, I want to say like 3 players. Not players, but 3 people. So Lurker. This is the one that is not in the game, but it's based on the Rahabam, essentially. This is going to be the one that's more of a... I don't know, honestly. What do you guys think we should do? Maybe we should do Arachnid Reflex. Like, you're able to climb walls and shit. Yeah, you know what? We'll do that. So we have a duelist. What do we want to call this? An assassin? Yeah, I'm thinking assassin. gains arachnid reflexes or aqua file. So you gain one or the other. You either take less damage from water or you cling to surfaces and you can climb walls. You get one or the other. This is how you get it. This could be really good for someone who wants to be a mage. Can you imagine that? A mage who's climbing walls so you can't detect him, or your swordsman can't reach him. So only your archers can reach him. So all the mage has to do is just keep blasting the archers. And now he could just do whatever he wants from there. Again, these classes are not restricted. You could do whatever you want. It's just you need to meet certain requirements. This is going to be a weird-ass class, I'm not going to lie. Gains arachnid reflexes or aquafile. So this class and the Tyrant both gain traits. Other classes do not gain traits. So that's unique. I'm going to put higher chance of success when... Oh shit, it's in bold. Higher chance of success. I'm just going to do +2. +2 to all actions performed either above or behind a target. So, this is very vague for a purpose, for a reason. All actions performed either above or behind a target. What if your target is a player? What if you are a healer who did not go Sentinel? You just want to be in a safer position away from enemies. You could become a lurker. You could get arachnid reflexes, go above somebody, so now swordsmen can't get to you. Only someone who has like a spear could reach you, and someone with a bow and arrow or any sort of like ranged attack could get to you, but that is it. And you're getting +2 to all actions to healing because you're above somebody. So yeah, this is going to be very unique. You are able to kind of do whatever you want. Again, it's more catered to assassins who use like bow and arrows or throwing shit at somebody. They would probably benefit more from this. But there's nothing restricting a mage from doing this. They will not heal as much as a sentinel. They will not do as much damage as a summoner. But they will do stuff. And it will be very fucking interesting what they do. Again, this is more of like a creativity thing. And if you do fight an enemy who has the lurker class and they have arachnid reflexes or aquafile, a Melkahim player or Melkahim enemy could just graft this onto them. They could be like, you know what? I'm just going to take this and put it on myself. Or they could fuck up and end up getting one of your weaknesses. You know, who knows? So This is a really interesting game. I really want to fucking play. Let's see. Let's just add one more buff to it. That way it's very useful to actually go this route. Because right now this is the weakest out of all the classes. It's unique. So we gotta add something to it. Something that gives it like oomph. Something that gives it strength. Let's see. I'm gonna put enemies can't really detect you per se, or not detect. Enemies have -2 to all actions against player on the wall. So you get +2 to avoid detection. So you could sneak around despite having very shitty cunning and very shitty perception. You could probably sneak around because you have this. Now you also have +2 to all actions performed when you're above or behind somebody. And now enemies have -2 on all actions against you when you're on a wall or on the ceiling. Or ceiling. Requirements to be a lurker. What would be interesting requirements? I'm thinking of leaving the lurker class as a vague class. Like you just have to have specific achievements, but there is no stat that's really required. So this could be our versatile class that anybody could fucking do. Doesn't give you amazing buffs, and you can't go back once you select it, but it gives you more creative ways of playing. Whereas all the other classes are very specific roles, very specific buffs. Some of them are really fucking good. This one is more creative. You're right, it doesn't really give much for Aquaphile. But let's say you're having a campaign, right? Because let's say you're playing a Rahabim. A Rahabim takes -1 wound from water. And now you have Aquaphile. That's -3 or -2? -2. So now instead of water doing 5 damage to you, it does 2 damage to you. And you're playing as a Rahabim warrior or a Rahabim assassin. And you're in a campaign that has a lot, and I mean a lot, of water, where your team has to keep positioning themselves on little tiny islands, and they have to keep watching out for enemy positions because they're scattered. And there's a high chance that if you die, you'll get pushed into the water and your body will disintegrate. This is where the Lurker class, on top of the Rahabim, comes into play. You can afford to step into the water, whereas your team could not. You can step into the water and get behind the enemy, and then rain havoc from there. This is where it would be useful. And you could be a Rahaban mage, no restrictions on that. But I will admit this is probably going to be the weakest class. There's always winners, there's always losers. Some classes are just going to suck dick. Unfortunate. On the wall, or on the wall, ceiling, or in water. So being in water gives you a defense. So requirements to be a lurker, you must have +2 in one stat. So it could be +2 intelligence, +2 strength, doesn't fucking matter. You must have +2 in one of them. Must have +4 in one skill. Doesn't matter what. Could be anything. Here's the quest though. Oh, that boy just gave a good idea. Make them stunners. I was gonna make the tyrant that, but I felt like this was too strong already. But yeah, the lurker could be a stunner. Gains ability to stun and root targets with bat bolas. We'll say bat bolas. So they throw bolas from the shadows, and all of a sudden your legs are wrapped up and you can't do anything. So for a turn, you have to sit there and just take it. Or you get a bola around the head and whack, you're knocked out for a turn or 2 turns, whatever. That's really good, Dad Boy. That's really good. I'm gonna say bat bolas just because I can imagine like 2 metal balls with like a rope around them, and the metal balls have like fangs with like little vampiric wings on them, just wrapping around your fucking legs. Oh my god, that would suck. Normal skill check. I'm gonna put normal skill check as in like it's not a cunning attack or martial attack, it's just a skill. So 2 to 3 is a critical fail. Fail is like 4 to 6, 4 to 7. No, 4 to 6, and then 7 to 11's success. And then 12 is a instant success, so you can do something else afterwards, which is nice. So not only could you stun the guy, but you could decide to butt stab him or maybe change positions. Go ahead then, draw these ideas, send them in my Discord. Must have I want to make a silly requirement, like you must have accidentally diverted course of a quest. So like let's say you are supposed to retrieve a human and bring him back to an elder. Well, you accidentally kind of fucked it by grabbing the human and you failed your grab and you accidentally crushed his back. Now he's dead. Like, I want to make the lurker class something that anybody could get, and it's kind of like a fuck up class. Like, you accidentally fucked up to get the lurker class. Must have derailed a quest or made a critical failure that resulted in disaster and lived to tell the tale. Oh, I accidentally put it twice. Yeah, this is gonna be like the more funny class. So if you have a terrible failure that just absolutely caused a fucking disaster, here you go. But this would be a funny one. Like, let's say you're a lurker only because you went to present a gift to your elder, your clan's elder. So it could have been a very popular vampire soldier who's very old, who was there when the clans were first created, or it could actually be the lieutenants themselves. So, like, let's say you're a Razielum and you're going to Raziel and you're going to present a gift to him, and you roll a dice and you accidentally fuck up and you trip and just spill it all over Raziel's fucking pants. Yeah. You'd be very lucky if he didn't kill you for your idiocy right then and there. And that's how you gain the lurker trait. And people will just be like, how'd you become a lurker? And you'll just be like, it was a disaster. Don't even fucking get me started. Like, you tried to pet a dog's ears, but you critically failed, so you ended up slapping the dog so hard you broke its skull. It's like, oh, my shame. My shame. So this is the class that, like, anyone who's a lurker, you know that they fucked up something once at one point. They really fucked up, and now they just lurk in the shadows because their shame is like deep, really really deep. But I could see this being a fun class that a lot of people just get just because they're fucked, like they fuck up really badly. A Torellum who's like a tyrant, so he's tanking all these mobs, he's helping the best he could, and then he decides, you know what? I'm gonna charge right through the enemy. But he critically fails, so he accidentally stumbles and charges into his own team and ends up killing one of them. It's like, oh boy. Well, you can now be a lurker if you want. I'm sorry, you're already a tyrant, so you can't be. But hey, you're eligible for it, jackass. Yeah. But that's how that would work. Like, let's say, for instance, because we're gonna be doing this online in a Discord. I'm gonna have you guys in a voice chat. One's gonna be called the material realm. One's gonna be called the spiritual realm. Let's say you guys decide to cheese to be a reaver. You're gonna be like, oh yeah, yeah, I'm gonna kill you, but we're gonna resurrect you whenever, you know? And one of the guys kills you purposefully, and they're just going to wait around and then resurrect you after a few. But then something comes up and they totally forget about you and they just walk away. So now you're stuck forever as a fucking corpse fighting in the spirit realm until you die. And then you come back into the Discord. Guys, what the fuck? I've been dead for like 10 years. What the fuck happened? And then everyone goes, oh shit, we're eligible to become lurkers? It's like, yeah, you fucking idiots. You forgot that you killed your buddy and were supposed to resurrect him. But I could totally see that happening, especially me, because I'm very forgetful. And if I'm the game master, I am not going to warn you. I'm not going to be like, oh, but guys, what are you going to do about your dead teammate? Nope. If you guys forget he's in the spirit realm, that is not my problem. That just means y'all are eligible to become lurkers. That is all it means. Oh, dear God. That is going to be funny. Wouldn't that be some bullshit? You and your teammates are fighting a really tough battle. One of you dies, and I say it. Oh shit, one of your guys just died. Move him to the spirit realm. You win the battle, you divide the loot, you go home, and you're just like, yeah, I can't believe that campaign was so fucking awesome. Yeah. And then I joined the Discord where the spirit realm is. I'm like, hey, just let you know, everyone left. They totally forgot that you died. So you want to create a new character because your character's like permanently dead? All your teammates are eligible to become lurkers at least. Hey, don't worry. Yeah. So we're just gonna leave the lurkers like our community class. The class that all of us came together and said, the retards, the lurkers. Where they just absolutely fuck up. If you've made a oopsie whoopsie, you're a lurker. But it does raise questions when someone comes in and is like, oh yeah, last time I played I was a lurker, blah blah blah. Then everyone's gonna be like, wait, you were a lurker? Okay. He does not make any decisions without our approval. Everybody in the group has to watch out. Whatever decision this guy has, watch out. Hey man, I'm gonna be honest. I would not mind being a lurker. If I was to play a game of this and I reach level 5 or 4 and I decide, you know what, I want to be a class. I wouldn't mind, depending what I'm playing as, I wouldn't mind being a lurker. Especially if I was a healer, I'd probably choose lurker just because of the uniqueness that you can hide on walls, and someone who's using melee attacks or someone who's using melee proficiency, they can't reach me unless it's a spear, a ranged weapon of some sort, or magic. That's fucking awesome. I'll gladly take that. Having a mage who is healing you and is getting bonus healing crit chance on you, so he's like healing you from nothing to max HP, nothing to max HP over and over again just because he's above you or behind you. That sounds fucking great. And you don't even have to worry about him because his position is safe. You just gotta keep the arrows and the magic off of him. Like, That doesn't sound bad. The only issue is how he became a lurker. It's like, oh god, what did you do to become a lurker? And it could be something that's intentional. Like you may go, I want to be a lurker, and I see that as a Razielum, I suck at manipulating people. So let me purposefully try to manipulate someone because I know is a high chance of critically failing. So I'd try to manipulate some random human into punching the guard of the blood farm. Oh look, that failed disastrously. Now all the humans are rioting that the vampire overlords are being like tyrants. That's not a bad outcome because, you know, sure, the blood farm is now empty because you just killed all the humans, so now you have to go find humans to replace the blood farm. But that's really not a bad deal compared to other disasters. It's a disaster, all right. And the vampires are going to hold you accountable and be like, you just caused us to kill all of our cattle. All of the humans are now fucking dead. We're going to starve unless we find more humans. You're going to find them to repay this debt. That's fine. Because really, I did that to intentionally become a lurker. It's how you play the game. It's how you manipulate the rules. Vola just pointed out something that's very true. I did put in the Deceiver quest line, to be a deceiver, you had to have betrayed, manipulated, or deceived 3 people. That could be players, that could be anything. Technically, if one of the players who's a shithead, who all of us do not like, because he's just annoying or whatever, and he goes, man, dude, I really want to be a Reaver. All of us could be like, okay, yeah, we'll kill you and we'll resurrect you once you've killed a slog. And then whoever wants to be the deceiver could be the one who kills you, so he can get that check off. Like, ooh, I killed a person and totally betrayed him, totally deceived him. He thought we were gonna do this. We weren't gonna do that. So that is very true, Vola. You could technically do that. But again, you could also do a Reaver task along with a Sentinel. So your healer and your warrior who's just doing damage, they can buff each other and help themselves meet the requirements. Where the Sentinel goes, okay, someone killed the Reaver. Reaver, you kill something that's in the spectral realm, I'm going to resurrect you because I have to resurrect you 4 times. You have to kill 5 creatures. Easy. Easy. The only issue is, hopefully the Reaver gets good dice rolls and doesn't fucking die to whoever's in the spirit realm, because then you can't bring it back to life. And, you can't communicate with him. So you may want to have a summoner before you do this cheesy tactic, because in order to get a summoner, they have to be like level 5 to get this 6 magic. Think about it, you level up 4 times and your magic skill starts at 1. That's 5 levels, unless you're a Melkahim. Melkahim gets oh, never mind. Melkahim, yeah, they need 5 level ups. So the classes are balanced, and they're worth their weight. It's just good luck getting them, You could also do something like for the Deceiver quests, you could also do something like manipulating. That's more of a cunning thing. So if your teammates are like, oh shit, we should resurrect that guy, whatever, whatever, the deceiver could roll a cunning check, cunning, using his cunning skills, and manipulate everyone and say, oh no, it's better if he stays dead because he doesn't like us. Because he's a filthy blah blah blah, whatever clan it is, if he's not the same clan as anyone in the group. Or you could do a cunning check and be like, actually, I came across this piece of paper here that says he was going to kill so and so during the daylight when we slept, or something like that. And if no one passes the cunning check, everyone is forced to leave the body behind, thereby killing the player, and that's another check off for the deceiver. Again, there's many ways you could do this check off. There's many ways. Many ways. It's going to be funny to me watching people play this and see how people forget that the world of Nosgoth is very different than other worlds. Like, let's say, for instance, you and your band of vampires come across a vampire outpost that you were just at like 5 minutes ago, and now all the vampires are dead. Everyone's going to be like, oh, look for clues, look for clues. And I'm going to be the only one who's like, these vampires are fresh. If you did a perceptions check and you passed, you would have realized that these bodies are fresh. And since the bodies aren't destroyed, you could resurrect one, if not all of them. And if you resurrect them, guess what? You're eligible to be a sentinel, but also you don't have to figure out the puzzle. You could just simply ask them, hey, what the fuck happened? And then they could tell you, oh yeah, some jackass killed me with magical arrows or some bullshit. So that's interesting. Or it could also be like, not even magical arrows. It could just be like, oh, vampire clan of so and so came in and attacked. So again, it could be very interesting to see how players who know the lore and players who know the rules can play this game. It's very difficult because the creatures are supposed to have high HP, high damage output, and the player is no better than just a normal human. Like, a human has 4 in all stats. We have 5 in all stats. Unless you're specific clan. And then humans get 1+ action when other humans are present. We do not. We don't get that. We actually get weaknesses with our vampire origins, depending what vampire we are. So that's going to be very interesting. I'm curious what you guys think so far. Now, please join the Discord. I have the link in the description of our channel, so you could see this little tab here up at the top right. This little tab here, you can actually click that, and it sends you to my Discord. Oh, hey, you guys did join. Hey. I wish I could make it where, like, everybody is a... Yeah, well, you could send messages while you're in my server, even if you aren't a Space Marine. So that's fine. Let's create a channel. Voice channel. Material realm. Oh, okay. Hold on. Let's create a role. Let's create a role for our Discord. Where was it? Server settings. Roles. Yeah, just delete that. Thank you. Delete that. Thank you. Create a role. New role. World of Nosgoth player. Permission, view channels, send messages, add reactions. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Yeah. Yeah, get rid of that so people can stop fucking adding me. Okay, World of Nosgoth players. Now, the World of Nosgoth players, we're only going to put... So the World of Nosgoth players for our Discord, we're only going to put that as the temporary role. And the only reason why is so that way I know who's playing and who's not. And once we're done playing, I'll get rid of the role on you. It's only temporary. It's only there so that way I know who to click on. Now let's add a role. Let's add a private voice. That's only for World of Nosgoth players. So once I give you that role, you can join this voice chat. Material, realm. It's only for them. See? Cool. And then voice, private. Let's do a spirit realm. Again, that's just for that. Okay. I keep forgetting to do that. Edit channel. I should actually just create another role and just make it where you are dead. So another role is dead vampire player. I'll make it green. Oh my god, I keep fucking doing that. Private channel. And then only dead vampire players. So there. If you die, or if you are a summoner, if you're a summoner, I'll give you both traits, so you can bounce back and forth between the two. If you're not a summoner, I'm going to just put you as strictly World of Nosgoth player or Dead Vampire player. That is it. And as I said, you may forget you have a player in the spirit realm. I do not care. It's not my responsibility to tell you to look at Discord and go, oh, wait a second, shit, someone's dead. So that's not my responsibility. I'm not gonna tell you guys that. So that's gonna be really fucking interesting. I am very curious how this is gonna work out. So yeah, click on this to join the Discord. Discord is free. Don't pay anything. Dear God, do not pay anything. If you're gonna pay anything, send me money, please. I'm trying to save you some money here. Like, we're doing this all for free. So that way we can organize calendar times to host events for free. So let's do it. Let's get it. Now, back to the traits. We want to create traits. Magister, 1+ to casting spells. If Necromancy, can spawn additional skeletons or boost their core stats. One or the other. Let's think here. Personal +1 to knowledge. I'll just do intelligence checks and +1. I want to say +1 to charisma. Just, or +1 to charisma when talking to a noble or to a high-ranking vampire. Charisma. So being a scholar can get you sponsors. And sponsors are not bad. Because if you play a bit of a Razielum and you impress your elders or impress the nobility of vampire society, they may help you. They may do favors for you. They may even tell you, hey, listen up. If someone's bothering you, come to me. I'll take care of them in a back alley somewhere. So it's like, ooh, that's interesting. It could even be you impress the high nobles of a different clan. And then if you have problems, like let's say you're trying to go into a canyon because you heard there's a magical item there, but there is a bunch of Zephanim guards blocking you, and you are too weak to fight them because you passed your perceptions check and you saw, oh shit, these guys are fucking strong. You can go to the Zephon elder that you impress and say, is there a sigil or is there a pass that you can give me so I can go through this area? And the elder may question you and go, why do you want that? And you can use your scholar buff and be like, well, you see, as a man of the arts, I am always pursuing hidden depths of knowledge that may not lie in the library. And the Zephanim may go, that sounds great. Here you go. Here's a pass. That'll let you through with the guards. So I want that. I want that where like it's a teeter totter. Sometimes you may actually prefer traits, and you may actually earn these. Like there may be ways that you can earn them that I, as a game master, may say, you know what, that was so well done. You've earned this trait. Like someone who you keeps using their intelligence and passes skill checks, and they keep making bombs over and over again. I may say, you know what, you've created like 6 bombs now and you haven't blown yourself up. You get the bomber trait. So now you can create bombs without having to worry about fucking skill checks anymore. So I think that a lot of these traits, I should write that. Da-da-da. I'm gonna make it where the game master is the one who decides, not the player. There is no, so like classes, the player decides. The player will be like, oh shit, I just took 15 hit points of damage. Boom, game master, I am entitled to the class of tyrant. Okay, okay, that's fine. Because after all, you met the requirements. I can't argue with that. It's in the rules. But traits, like let's say you really want to be a fanatic. You can't be a Seraphim because you're not a human. But let's say you really want to be a fanatic because you keep dealing with humans who are good mages and they like to manipulate you. Or you're fighting Zephanim and their vampires keep on mind controlling your party and making you guys attack each other. And you really want to be a fanatic and you keep going, Game Master, can I get the fanatic trait? And the Game Master may go, well, you don't really come off fanatically. Like, you keep on going to the highest bidder. You don't follow clan regulations. You don't have any morals at all. You're just a backstabbing piece of shit. No, you don't get fanatic. And I don't care what you say. Nothing about you screams to me fanatic. So I would love that. That this is what I'm going for. All right, what are you guys thinking? Let's get the pot brewing. Let's stir up the brain juices. Well, what else could we put? I'm not gonna put zealous because that's the same as fanatic. We're not gonna do synonyms, syllables. We're not doing synonyms. So what else could we do? Like if you're a tyrant and you get this, that is really good. 2 enemies. I'm gonna put a specific thing within 5 tiles. So any enemy who's around 5 tiles around you gets the -1. So this again plays into positioning. Are you positioning your team effectively? We haven't really touched on the magic either, but I'm going to get to that later. right now. I just kind of want to focus on like the core mechanics. And Magic is going to be a huge core that we're going to have to dive into. But I'm dreading it already. I'm like, fuck, this is going to be rough. Because we have to think of multiple spells and how they work. Whereas weapons is fine. Weapons is easy. Like, that's all up to the players, and to me, that's easy. But like if you're doing the melee build, where you're just gonna do your own stats and you have items on like gloves, I'm gonna factor in your gloves as damage weapons, not as a melee proficiency, just a melee skill. And that's between me and the players. Other people may go, no, no, no. Spiky gloves is a weapon, like a sword or whatever. That's up for them to decide. I'm gonna go by my own decision. So there's some wiggle room here. I'm not gonna be like a Nazi and be like, you guys aren't playing the game right. No, 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 no. I still want players to have fun and change the rules the way that they like it. Because as I said, this might be broken. This might be too easy of a game. If that's the case, that's fine. But if it's too difficult, yeah, you could change the rules a bit. Or if maybe it's too easy, you could change the rules again, like make it harder, whatever. I don't care. I just want people to play this. This is fun. This is interesting. The ideas that we could set up. That's right. Hilden. We talked about Hilden. Demons. We gotta add demons. And you can drink demon's blood, which is kind of weird. But hey, it happens. It doesn't seem to affect Kain either when he does it, so I'm just gonna say it's fine. Okay, demon. Okay, so I want demons to have like magical blood to where it doesn't poison you, it actually helps you in a way. So it regenerates your health, but only by half, and it also regenerates your magic. But we haven't put a magic system in the game yet. We're working on that. So, yeah, multiple traits like mutants, like they can have barbed skin, they can have thick skin, bone skin, whatever. Blood is not poison. Blood comes in half amounts and provides refill of mana. I'll put demons cannot. Geez, how do I word this? Because I want the demons to work with the Hilden, but I want it to work in a way that's unique. What are you guys thinking? Oh, hey, what's up? I accidentally did that again. I don't know shit about Discord. Oh, Vola. Hello, hello, Vola. I totally didn't see that for some reason. Hey. What's up? Alright, refill mana. Instead of the Hilden, let me do something different. Let me increase their stats. So Hilden are equal to vampires. 5 across the board. They can change it with their stats, like traits and their skills. But demons actually have higher traits. I mean, higher stats on top of having multiple traits. So they're kind of like bosses. They are very fucking tough. I'll do um, and then for Hilden, we'll do specifically lesser demons, so that way you're not fighting some shitty Hilden guard and he just whips out a fucking spell and just summons like this massive fucking demon. Like, no, 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 we're not doing that. That's bullshit. That's what that is. That ain't difficult combat. That's bullshit combat. So we're not doing that. We're also gonna make it where stats are equal to vampires. So 5 across the board. Also suffers insanity trait. So we're going to have insanity as a trait. Let's do insanity. It's going to be in all caps because so insanity. I'm going to do if someone's insane, they will do attacks that present danger to both themselves and you. The chances of you resisting are much lower. You have a higher chance of taking extra damage because you're both getting hit. So, in other words, a Hilden may just grab a bomb and run into your face and smash it on your chest. It might work. It might actually explode on your chest, in which case both of you take damage. Or all he did was just break a fucking bottle on your chest. But it's not all the time. So they suffer a chance to break their sanity intermittently. And whenever they do, critical fail, the game master decides what it is that they did. What did they just suffer from? What did they just break? So, insanity. Anyone could get this. There's a chance to lose sanity intermittently. So, sometimes you're sane, sometimes you're not. When it comes to making actions or decisions. So, every time you do an action or decision, you roll the dice normally. And if you roll anywhere from oh my god, we have like 9 pages of fucking rules. Congratulations, guys. We really fucking did this. So if you roll a 4 to a 6, you end up doing something weird. Like, let's say you're a warrior and you're fighting some guy toe to toe, but you're insane. You may decide to, because you failed the skill check, so now you're being insane, you decide to try to bite your opponent with your vampire fangs as like a cunning attack. Problem is, you have shit cunning, so you could fail the attack. Now you just broke your fangs, or the enemy just punches you in the fucking mouth and you take a lot of damage. If you critically fail, like you get a 2 or a 3, yikes. You're going to do something that's going to involve self-harm. Definitely. It could just be something different, like if you failed, even though you're winning the fight and you're blocking enemies from hitting your teammates, you may decide to retreat for no fucking reason and like step back a few squares. Now the enemies can attack your teammates. So it doesn't have to necessarily be damage. It could be a fuck up. It could also be just something like a woman says she needs help. She needs help with I'm trying to think on like the top of my head. She needs help with her with her house, for example. She can't get into her house. And there's rumors that there's a Rahabim agent inside her house trying to steal something from her. Whenever you respond to her in dialogue, you may accidentally fail an insanity check, and you may do something that's wrong. Like you may accidentally fail, in which case you just start rambling or muttering to yourself, and she's like, on second thought, let me go get someone else to help me out, because you look preoccupied. If you critically fail, you're going to attack her. You're going to lunge at her and try to suck her blood, even though she's a vampire. And she may just kick your ass and go, okay, listen, you're fucking crazy. Get away from me. Now, if you're in combat and you critically fail, it's going to be something that's going to hurt yourself. Like, you could decide that because you're losing the fight and you're taking a lot of damage and your healer hasn't gone yet to heal you, you may critically fail and the game guy goes, oh, you remember that blood heals you, so you cut yourself and try to drink your own blood. It's like, ah, oh, fuck. So now I just took 2 extra damage for no fucking reason because my guy's insane. So he's trying to drink his own blood thinking that that's going to help. It's not. It's just going to cause you to take damage. So insanity could randomize your game really fucking badly. And it's one of those things where if you're a Melkahim and you're trying to graft things onto you, you may end up grafting it. I'm going to put insanity as a personal and inheritable trait. The reason why is because some people just have bad brains, so they will be insane just because they have a bad brain. Or it could be like the Hilden, where all Hilden have insanity. So if you're grafting skin off of a Hilden thinking, oh, this will give me immunity to glyph magic, it might work if a game master decides that, fine, I'll let that slide. I wouldn't, but if someone does. Or maybe you're fighting a Hilden who has like 6 endurance. You may go, I want that 1 extra point of endurance, so let me graft off his skin and put it onto me. You might roll a fail and end up getting his insanity. So be careful, Melkahims. Be careful. Yeah, basically some lurker shit. If you go insanity, you're gonna get a lurker. 100% you're gonna get it. You're gonna fuck up somehow. But yeah, I'm telling you now, I'm probably gonna enjoy the Melkahim the most because they're just so unique. You can really cut your character the way you like them, and I find that very interesting. Like, you kill a Zephanim and you decide to transplant some of his skin onto you. You end up absorbing his +2 cunning. So you just increased your skill for free. It's like, ooh, that's really good. Because you're not even leveled up and you already just increased your cunning. So now you can use cunning attacks with no penalty because now your cunning's at 3. Because your cunning automatically starts at 1. +2, now you're suffering 0 negatives. It's like, ooh, that's fucking good. That's really good. So that's why I'm trying to create is like this unique situation where you could play the Melkahim. You're going to suffer a lot. But if you're very fucking lucky, the rewards are fucking astronomical. Like, you could be just this mega roided Melkahim because you just keep taking people's strength and just keep implanting it on yourself. You just keep implanting people's biceps onto you. And now you got like fucking 10 strength, which is astronomical. Basically, you could grab this cup and you can turn it into a fucking cannon if you threw it because you're so strong. It's like, Jesus Christ. And you're still level 1. Like, you haven't leveled up at all. That's what I mean is that some of these vampire classes and vampire clans, if you're really, really lucky, you can do some interesting shit. If you're really, really not lucky, you may just want to stick to what the clan is good at. Like, what was it? Okay. The Turellum. You get 1 minus to wounds from martial wounds. So if someone tries to stab you, you're fine. Someone tries to kick you, you're fine. You're going to take less damage. On top of your armor, on top of whatever. But you have a huge chance to fail magic and cunning attempts. If you do become a mage or an assassin and a warrior pins you down, it's fine because you have the -1 wound to martial and you also have 1 strength and 1 endurance. So hey, you're doing pretty good. But if you're really unlucky and you just suck at rolling dice, you just keep getting fucked, you may want to say, you know what, magic and cunning, that's for the other clans. I'm gonna stick to my roots, I'm gonna stick to my origins, because the game is hard as fuck already, and now I'm fighting current, I'm fighting destiny, so I'm just gonna stay with my clan. So that's what you could do. That's fine. So that's the reason why I have everything the way it is. And I do like the idea of classes being optional in like a mid-game sort of thing. So the maximum rank is rank 8. And at rank 4 you get your class. That is it. So halfway through the game you get that. There's still room to grow and get personality traits and shit. Like you may visit a Melkahim doctor, a surgeon, and you're a Dumahim, and you go, you know what, doctor? I will pay you to graft on something into my skin. And you could pay your hard-earned gold or loot or whatever to have a Melkahim doctor graft shit into your skin that you want. So we could have a bit of a doctor thing where like I should write that down. Inherent traits need to be selected either in character creation or earned through Melkahim skin grafting or visiting a Melkahim surgeon and paying him in-game money to graft X traits onto them. Surgeons do not have skill checks. So, if you're a Melkahim, you don't have to pay money to transplant a trait into your body. You could do it for free, right then and there. But there's a risk that you could fuck up. If you are not a Melkahim, you can still graft some of these traits into your body, but you have to pay. And it's going to be very fucking expensive. Very expensive. Because Melkahim skin grafting is what their clan is, more or less their strength. So why would they share that strength with everyone else? Like, so you're going to need to, 1, make friends with the Melkahim, and 2, have a lot of money. A lot. And the money system is based on however you guys decide to do it. But again, this is where, like, if I'm a Razielum, I already have +2 charisma. I suck at manipulating people, but I can impress people. I can make people like me. So let me just go to a bunch of Melkahim elders, impress them with my flattery. I'm not manipulating them because I'm not trying to betray them or anything like that. I'm just simply talking to them, making them like me as a friend. And then they may like me so much and say, listen, I'm giving you this pass. You're able to visit our doctors. And it's like, ooh, that's interesting. So now you're able to visit their doctors and get whatever you want grafted onto you. So where is it? Thick skin. We're going to put bone plates. Inerrant. Because Dat Boy was talking about that earlier. Bone plate. We'll make that the opposite, where it's less endurance but more armor. So it might actually be worse than thick skin. Only because endurance means more hit points. Plating just means less damage taken. So it could be one or the other, honestly. But if you're a mutant and you have both, wow, you're going to be one tanky son of a bitch. And now, what's the opposite of thick skin and tough plate, bone plate? We're going to do spongy skin, inherent, brittle bones. Yep. So the opposite of thick skin is spongy skin. Opposite of bone plate is brittle bones. And they have their own effects. Now, the thing is that you could encounter humans who are starving and they have brittle bones. You may encounter starving Melkahim vampires and they have spongy skin. So you may encounter things like this in the world of Nosgoth. There's a reason why negative traits are existing, and that's for certain situations. Like, let's say, for example, you're fighting a bunch of spongy skin Melkahims. They're really deprived, whatever. You defeat them. They're not as tough as other Melkahims. You are a Melkahim. You may decide, I'm going to risk skin grafting. Hopefully I don't get their trait of spongy skin. Hopefully I get their extra magic, their extra intelligence. So if you want to play that game and become like a super intelligent Melkahim, roll the dice, buddy. But if you get a negative trait, you're getting this. So that would be interesting. Someone who's got 2 Melkahim buffs because he skin grafted another Melkahim's intelligence into himself. Like, fucking Christ. I'm going to put this. I'm going to change this. So Melkahim surgeons depend on who you're paying. If you're using a surgeon that the clan elders use, he's expensive as fuck. If you use the cheap surgeons, they come at a risk. You may be a Terrellum warrior who's like, I want bone plating. And you go to this guy, and he puts bone plates on you, but he accidentally makes you a dimwit. He makes you a fucking retard. It's like, oh god, no. So there's a risk for using cheap surgeons, and there is no in between. Cheap or expensive. The cheap surgeons are basically like normal Melkahims. The expensive ones are the ones who really know their craft and are able to separate the sludge from the material. So it's like, ooh, shit. But I'm going to make it like really expensive though. Just because it's a risk. So if you want to eliminate that risk, it's going to come at quite a cost. Oh, I accidentally underlined it. I'm trying to think of other things. Let's add a vampire trait that's very personal. There we go. Clansman has 1+ to all actions when near another vampire of the same clan. This can also present dialogue options too. This is going to be like the Seraphan or the Vampire Hunter kind of ordeal, where if you're next to other dudes, you can get this buff. And then we can get we'll get Imperial, which is different. I shouldn't make it +1, I should make it to +2. I have to like be very specific with my verbiage. So that way, if you are fighting other vampires of another clan, you still get this buff as long as you're next to other vampires who are not your enemy. So if you're by yourself and you have the Imperial trait and you're fighting another vampire, you do not get this +1. You don't get it. Same with Clansmen. You have to be near another vampire of the same clan. Four tiles. I would put 4 tiles. That's close enough. I would say so funny. We already have Magister, like you're a mage, +1 to casting spells. If you're Necromancer, you spawn additional skeletons or boost their core stats. But we can have it where if you're like level 8 and you're just this amazing Magister and you just keep on casting spells, we can advance your trait into a Sorcerer. And now as a Sorcerer, you get 2 extra to your damages, and you also get 2 extra to shielding and healing magic. Doesn't matter. It matters what kind of mage you are, basically. So now your energy bolts do more damage, or when you shield your ally from damage from the water, it gives them 2 extra. So if they're a lurker, they could be in the water for quite a fucking while before they actually take damage. We can expand this to sharpshooter, personal. Okay. So what I'm going to do is give a bit of a debuff to this one, where as a marksman, you have a high chance of succeeding in range combat. Great. You have a higher chance of basically landing your hits. Awesome. Sharpshooter, you're a really good marksman. So the farther the shot, the more likely you're going to land it. So if you're shooting from across the castle, you'll probably land it. But because you're sniping, you're going to have -2 damage, which could honestly mean nothing. If you're doing like fucking 15 damage a shot, -2, hell, you're still doing like an entire HP pool of someone's shit. So fuck it, just go crazy. Champion. I'm gonna put hero. So most of these are pretty good. I think champion's the best. Like champion's like really fucking good. So if you're always leading the group and you're always like, come on guys, this way, or I'll take care of these guys, I'll charge in the front. If you're that guy, you may end up getting the champion trait, which is a really good fucking trait. And if you keep on being a champion and you keep that character alive and you do it through multiple campaigns or multiple quests, you may end up becoming a hero. And a hero doesn't really add anything to it because this buff is good as fuck anyways. You already got a strong buff. So all this does is more, it just gives you better charisma when talking to the same species. And +2 charisma when talking to same clan / tribe, whatever. Because as I said, I kind of want dialogue options. So if someone's a hero, has the hero trait, which could be very fucking rare, I want that to happen where he's talking to his own clansmen. And here he is. I should put or instead of and. And he's talking to one of his elders. And the elder is like, while you're away, we were talking about promoting this vampire above you because he's always here, you're always out adventuring, blah, blah, blah. And you can tell the game master, I would like to use my hero trait. And the game master go, okay, roll the dice. And since your charisma is probably like 7 or 8 or even higher, if you're a Raziellum, it could be like fucking 9. All you're really rolling, we'd have to calculate it differently, basically. Like, it would have to be like a higher chance calculation. But either way, you roll the dice and you see what happens. You probably step through the entire crowd and you go, would you deny me this position after all my achievements? And all the elders will like go, he has a point. He did save like so many vampires. He did all these heroic deeds. We should promote him instead. Like, you know, use your traits. Have your traits be useful. Yeah, inspiring presence versus terrifying presence. Exactly. And mind you, some of these traits could backfire. Like, I wouldn't mind having player versus player combat at some point where I wouldn't mind a player versus player segment where some players may really like their clan identity. Like they really, really love being a Tyrellum. I keep using Tyrellum. Let's change Tyrellum. They really, really love being a Rahabim. They just find Rahabims to be the best fucking vampire clan in the world. I do not mind if they scheme against their own companions, their own players. Like, you may be a hero, and they may send me a little letter on Discord and saying, I would like to put a bounty on the hero of Clan Terrellum head for 500 gold. And then I, as a game master, would be like, okay, so let me just find and create a custom band of vampires. In one of these days, when that player is by himself, he may end up getting ambushed because the other player schemed against him. And we could roll the dice and figure out if he finds out or if he fucking dies. Like, if he dies, oh man, that would really piss him off. Because then when he's dead, I could be like, oh, so and so really schemed against you, And we could just sit back and laugh about it and talk about it. But again, I wouldn't mind. This is a world of treachery, betrayal. It's vampires, How long have we been streaming? We've been streaming for 7 hours. Okay. I'm ending the stream here because this has gone on way too long. I love all you guys. This is really crazy that we've been able to maintain over 8 viewers at all times. That is crazy. That is good. This is the first time in my whole channel I've ever been able to do that. But I guess it's because we're all interested, right? Next time I stream's probably going to be in a while. I'm probably going to focus more on YouTube videos right now. But this is always available. If you go under announcements, you'll find this link. And this link allows you to click on it and you get to look at the rules. Now, what I want you guys to do, here's a bit of homework. I want you guys to look at these, think of either issues or think of something, or think of quests, locations, traits, anything. I want you to think of something that could add to this or take away from this. Do it. And I also want you guys to fill out character sheets. I want you guys to create characters so one day I can have all you guys. You must have a microphone, and we'll all be here in Discord, and one of these days we'll organize playing this game. I can do so much, but really it's up to you guys to help build this community. I'm very, very happy we have 1,000 subscribers. I'm very, very happy that YouTube has started paying me just $1. Yay. Fucking slave wage. Slavery wasn't even this bad. But the thing is, I'm doing something that I love. And I love this. This is fucking awesome. So, there's no time limit. Could be whatever. You guys could maybe decide, Freezer 700, I want you to sit in the back seat. I want you to have me host. I'll be the game master because I wrote my own story, my own whatever. And you guys just play in it, create characters, or I create characters and you guys just select which character you want. That's fine. That is fine. I just want more creativity. You want to draw? Go ahead and draw. Draw me beautiful pictures. We could use those as like character cards. Like, oh, are you going to be this intimidating dude? He's a reaver, blah, blah, blah. Go ahead. Do it. All I'm asking is that you just keep supporting the channel and you grow this. You may send this live stream to one of your buddies and be like, dude, this is crazy what Freezer 700 is doing. He's making a very cool, very original, innovative Dungeons and Dragons universe based on Legacy of Kain. And he's not doing it based on Dungeons and Dragons. He's not doing it based on World of Darkness. He's creating his own content based on his own stuff. And I, a subscriber, created this. Like, bone plate I created that. Arachnid reflexes, I created that. Like, you subscribers created these rules. So yeah, it's fucking awesome, you know? So besides that, has been free 700. I am out. I am really enjoying this. And please, please, please keep on going. Keep the fight going and keep on spreading the good faith, spreading the word.